and welcome to the opening of Energy Day at UNEP's COP28 Pavilion. We are delighted to have you as part of this vibrant discussion, one definitely that is a highlight of COP28. Let me start by introducing and welcoming our panel, and then I want to take you quickly through some of the highlights of the energy discussion so far, and we will deep dive to find out the perspectives of our diverse and high-level panel on some of these issues. So I'll start by welcoming Laura Williamson. She is Deputy Director of REN21. Luca De Lorenzo, his Sustainability Chief of the Nordic Investment Bank. Stephen Kokoda is Executive Director of the International Copper Association. Nicola Mertamis is Executive Director of Strategy at Masdar. And Rose Wimbaza is UNEP Regional Office Director for Africa. I'm also very happy to welcome Geni Leson Kenzome from the Haliti Paritsi tribe in Brazil, who will talk to us about indigenous rights to energy. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for being there. And a special welcome to Clara, my colleague, who will help us translate. So I want to first say that for the first time in a very long time, we see that real deep dives into energy and energy issues, from blue ammonia to methane to energy rights, just energy transitions, are really taking center stage this COP. And for so many reasons. Some of them are the right reasons, some of them are not. The energy sector today faces unprecedented challenges and opportunities. The International Energy Agency reports that despite an upward trend in investment in clean energy technologies, surpassing $1.7 trillion in 2023, global energy-related CO2 emissions reached a new height of over 36.8 gigatons in 2022. This surge, driven by the combustion of coal, oil, and natural gas, highlights the critical need for a just and rapid transition to renewable energy. The current geopolitics may not be helping. According to UNEP, governments plan to produce about 110% more fossil fuels in 2030 than would be consistent with the 1.5 degrees limit and 69% more of the 2 degrees Celsius limit. Profiles for 20 major fossil fuel producing countries conducted by UNEP shows continuing significant policy and financial support for fossil fuel production. The Secretary General of the United Nations emphasized the need to address fossil fuel dependence and transition to renewables and energy efficiency for a just and equitable shift. So now I want to go quickly to some of this COP28 highlights, and I'll just ask my panel, I'll go very quickly through the panel and ask the question, your thoughts in 30 seconds on some of these. Okay, I'll just start with that. And this is a little bit off script. We've been following everything that's coming out of the negotiations, and just in 30 seconds, your impression, and then we delve deep into the questions. So far on renewables, 118 countries pledged to triple the world's renewable energy capacity by 2030, which would significantly reduce the use of fossil fuels, it's anticipated. This initiative, backed by countries such as the EU, UAE, Brazil, Nigeria, Australia, and others. Let us talk about coal. Focus on coal phase-out and just transitions has been part of the discussion. The World Bank emphasized the importance of transitioning the highest emitting countries away from fossil fuels, particularly coal. More than 40 countries pledged to phase out coal power, while 190 countries committed to scaling up clean power and ensuring a just transition away from coal. This requires diversifying economies in coal-dependent regions and creating sustainable livelihood alternatives for communities. On methane, 50 oil companies representing nearly half of global production pledged to reach net zero, near zero methane emissions and end routine flaring in their operations by 2030. The pledge included major national oil companies and multinationals. Now, methane, as you all know, is a primary component of natural gas. It is 80 times more powerful as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period, despite its shorter lifespan. Environmental groups criticize the pledge as insufficient, calling it a smokescreen. Now, finally, I'll just say something about Africa. Africa, despite being home to 17% of the world's population, received only 2% of global investments in renewable energy over the last 2 decades. So now let me go through the panel, and I'm going to ask you to give me a 30-second impression of some of these and maybe other outcomes of the discussion so far in the first week of COP28 and what you would like to see as these discussions progress. I'll just start from right here. I'll start from you, Luca, from an investment perspective.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Quick, you want it quick. So quick reflections, maybe just a couple. I like the way we are, what I hear here at COP28, where we are not only discussing the green, but actually we are discussing transition of the dirty. Right? I think that's good. We need to engage. We need to clean them up. So I like that conversation. Second reflection, though, is perhaps it's not fast enough. So you mentioned it. So I like that we are getting there in the engagement, but we need to speed it up somehow. So I would urge to raise the ambition, as always, as I try to do at every COP, to be honest. So I hope I come to a COP where I don't have to do that. And my third and final reflection around just transition. Transition is going to be challenging. It's tough from a technological point of view. We are not going to be able to have the pace of transition if we don't carry everybody with us.
Thank you very much. Steve Kokoda.
Excellent. I'm gratified to see that energy efficiency is finally high on the agenda. And for those who don't know, and someday I won't have to say this because you'll know it already, the greatest share of action in the Paris Agreement is energy efficiency, more than renewables and more than e-mobility. All critically important, but finally getting the recognition that we need. And I'm here also representing my members, and I can't believe how dramatically the dialogue has shifted from this COP from the last on a recognition that we need critical minerals like copper, or there will be no clean energy transition.
Thank you. Laura.
So building on what others have said, a lot of energy, first time ever that renewables and energy efficiency are paired together. As somebody who's been to many, many COPs, it's incredibly satisfying. But at the moment, it's still bling. It's great. It's a starting point, but it is a starting point. It's a pledge, and it needs to be backed with action. And people need to be at the center. It's about integrating energy efficiency and renewables as the backbone of our economies and our societies. That's the only way we're going to be able to get the economic development, the sustainable development, and the climate shift we need.
Well said. Nicolas.
A great start so far, but we need to see more action over the next coming days, and we need to translate the demand signals that we're getting from the governments into corporates actually doing their part. And with tripling renewables, for example, I think that's a fantastic start. With reducing methane emissions, that's a fantastic decision. We want to see more action. We want to see this being followed through. So a COP28 that is inclusive, action-oriented, and pragmatic, with pragmatic, tangible solutions. That would be a great outcome.
Thank you, Rose.
I'm happy that the word energy and climate are used in tandem with the just transition. Because for Africa, in UNEP, we have the privilege of hosting the African Ministerial Conference on Environment. And it was very clear to us coming to this COP, listening to the African ministers, that energy together with food are one of the key priorities. But we cannot just talk about energy. The context has to be just, it has to be inclusive, it has to create opportunities for jobs, growth of their economies, especially to manage not only the youth bulge on the continent, but I think also the exponential growth in population that is expected by 2050. So the issue of a just transition being had within the conversation of energy is of great importance to Africa.
Thank you so much. Genelson, please.
Eu sou um indígena do Brasil. Meu povo é nativo, chamado Halit Parisi. O Brasil hoje ele tem um dos maiores potenciais energéticos do planeta. E grande parte desse potencial ele está dentro dos territórios indígenas e ele está em torno dos territórios indígenas.
So he's saying he's from a tribe that is from Brazil, and that most of the potential, like Brazil has a large potential for energy, renewable energy, but most of this potential lies within the lands of their tribes.
A principal fonte do Brasil hoje é o potencial através dos recursos hídricos, né? Através de represamento e através de canalização.
It's mostly hydro energy, I think that's how you say it. So it's mostly through the rivers that run in their lands.
E a Constituição brasileira garante a consulta livre, prévia e informada aos povos indígenas, mas nem sempre essa consulta é feita de uma forma justa.
And the Brazilian Constitution says that the indigenous people need to be consulted, but that doesn't always happen, and it isn't always fair.
E o que nós índios brasileiros quer é mais participação justa. Exemplo, o porquê nós, povos indígenas, se for fazer a utilização desse recurso, a gente possa fazer diretamente como proprietários.
What they want is to be recognized as owners of the water that runs through their lands, and that's the only way it would be fair.
Finalizando, nós índios, a princípio, a gente somos contra utilizar esses recursos, né? Porém, essa é a política hoje do Brasil. Agora, o mundo precisa encontrar recursos energéticos mais puros e mais sustentáveis para o mundo.
They say that they don't necessarily agree with using the water for that, but they understand that the world needs to find greener ways, and that is one of the ways.
Clara, I'll come back because I think we've opened here many topics that deserve more in-depth. And we want to see them in more of these discussions, especially with the United Nations Environment Assembly coming up in February. But let me now go to Masdar and let me deep dive a little bit myself. So, Nicola, I want to ask you here in the context not only of COP28, but especially in the context of COP28, and as we have Rose here, and we've really focused a lot on adaptation. We focused a lot on Africa, but also on least developed countries and on developing countries and least developed countries in general. I want to know from you, Masdar's approach to ensuring the economic viability and scalability of its renewable energy work in developing countries.
Absolutely, thank you. So Masdar has been operating for close to 18 years now, or established by the government of Abu Dhabi, in order to be a pure sustainability investor and developer. We've done nothing else but sustainability investments, primarily right now, primarily focused on renewable energy and green hydrogen. We do so around the world, develop projects in close to 40 countries, developing in many more. A lot of them are in the global south. A lot of them are in Africa, in Central Asia, in Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, or not in Brazil, but hopefully soon. Wherever we go, we work with partners. So that's point number one. We like to partner with others in building value-added partnerships in order to implement these projects. Point number two is that we always listen to our customers. Our customers are local off-takers. Maybe they are corporates that need the power for themselves. Maybe they're local distribution companies that need to supply their residents and their commercial enterprises within their jurisdiction. We work with them to tailor solutions to their needs. Number three, while we use bankable technologies that lenders are happy to finance the project for, we always try to be pioneering. We're always trying to find that the next technology that would potentially be the future. So I'll just mention a few. We built one of the largest concentrated solar power plants in the Middle East, inaugurated in 2013 here in Abu Dhabi. It's a couple of 100 kilometers south. If you want to visit, it's called Shams. It was the largest in the region when it was completed. And that's a technology risk that you're taking as a pioneer and developer. We've done floating solar in Indonesia, for example, on a lake, on a reservoir that allows not only power to be provided where land is very scarce, but it also allows lower evaporation of the water, so it preserves the water resource as well. We've done floating offshore wind. We've done low wind speed projects in the UAE to harness this limited resource the UAE has in wind. So we always work with partners, always work to tailor solutions, and always work with what is that new technology that will take us there to scale to bring that. We have a target of 100 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. So a lot of that will be in the global south, and a lot of that will come from solar and wind.
Do you see that the rise in renewables and that your mission is aligned with fossil fuel policies?
It, I believe in an energy system that has diversity, right? Because while I would love for the world to be able to function on a 100% renewables grid, that isn't really economically viable today, and it isn't even technically feasible. Renewables today are intermittent. It would require significant amounts of lithium-ion batteries or other forms of electricity storage in order to be able to do that. So with a combination of nuclear, of renewables, and potentially phasing down some of the less polluting. I mean, coal is out of the question entirely, but phasing down CCGTs, natural gas usage. I believe we can have a gradual transition to a fully decarbonized grid in the next couple of decades.
Thank you very much. And before I go to REN21, I want to go to our regional office for Africa and to ask, building on this conversation, what would it take from your point of view for renewable energies to take off in Africa at the scale and speed that is needed, not only to achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement, but the SDGs as well? We know there is an incredible resource in Kenya, for example, with hydro, with geothermal and others. But how do you see what would it actually take?
Thank you. I think fortuitously, I believe we are at that point when we can scale up. The ICC and several very good scientific journals are telling us now we've reached at that level where the technology is affordable and can be scaled up. So solar, precisely because for Africa, that would be the lowest hanging fruit, but also for wind on the southern tip and areas of the western part of Africa. So there is real potential. And then for geothermal, the East African Rift Valley goes all the way from the north down south. We've only exploited effectively in Kenya. We now know that Kenya running its economy on over 90% renewable energy. This is something that all the Rift Valley countries in Africa can emulate. So what do we need? Investment on scale. As you put it in your introductory remarks, that's what is really missing. People willing or investment banks and other funding institutions to put their money in Africa. And there's a real market, 600 plus million people, highly urbanizing, one of the largest urbanizing populations in the world, a very aspirational young population. And we know from countries like Kenya that people pay. They use a pay as you use system, and it is the most viable business that they are running. Countries like Morocco with Wazazat, we know it works as a business model. I think the fear has traditionally been that the business would not be sustainable, but we know that this would be sustainable. And one of the things that also the African governments are doing, because as I said, we support the African ministers and the Committee of Heads of State and Government, or the CAHOSC as it's called, is working on bringing together a unified infrastructure to cut costs. So we have energy pools in Africa that make investment easy. It's 54 or 55 countries. Investing across the region can be expensive, but they're pools. So do you want to invest in the East African pool or the Central African pool? That creates economies of scale. And the other is policies that de-risk investments in some of these countries and provide investment profiles that allow for companies to plan long term, to plan their large scale investments. So I think that is really what we need, a boost of confidence from the private sector that they can do business in Africa. The technologies for what Africa needs, principally solar, do exist and we can go to scale.
Thank you so much. We are going to go to the private sector and the industry sector in a second, but let me go now to REN21. Laura, based on REN21's work, what are the main barriers, do you believe, that renewable energy adoption is facing in developing countries, and how do we overcome these barriers?
Thank you. Well, I wrote down 3, but listening to this conversation, I now have 4. The penetration of renewables in the power sector is fantastic and it needs to increase. But we need to look at the whole energy system. If we look at total final energy consumption, electricity demand is only 20% of that. The rest is in fuels, 30%, roughly, and heat, 50%. So that means 80% of all energy demand is outside of the power sector. Now, admittedly, some of that heat and fuels can be covered by renewable electricity, fuels that are generated like green hydrogen, for example, fuels to X. But we need to keep that in mind. We need to be able to take the lessons that we've learned in the power sector and see how we can translate that and what has worked and what hasn't. 30% of electricity now is provided by renewables, which is fantastic. If we look at the fuel, so mobility and etc., 4%, heat 10%. Those are shocking numbers. Shocking numbers. We've been doing this for 20 years. And while we're seeing a lovely increase in renewable energy uptake, we're also seeing an increase in fossil fuel consumption because our energy consumption is increasing and our energy intensity is increasing because we're not pairing it with renewables. Energy efficiency. And so I think that the lessons that we've learned in the industrialized countries really need to be looked at and examined critically so that we're not repeating the same, I don't want to say mistakes, but the same pathways in developing countries that really have an opportunity to have a more systemic approach to their energy system that really underpins economic development. So that's number 1. I'll be quick for the next 3. Investment. It's already been mentioned. 85% of the renewable energy investment in the world today benefits less than 50% of the world's population. And you can imagine where it's benefiting, right? I think most of us know that. Middle East and Africa, 1.6% of the investment is occurring there. Capacity building is what we were discussing before we sat down. Capacity building not only in training decision makers and the workforce, but really understanding, what does that take? I mean, we were having a discussion before we started, and the issue of language. I mean, how basic is that? You bring in teams, you work in different countries, and people can't communicate. So we're very focused on the technology. We're focused on installed capacities, important, but we mustn't forget these fundamental underpinnings. Other one is infrastructure. We can generate as much energy sources, but if we can't get them to the users, it doesn't really help us. There's increasing discussion about infrastructure. It's grids, but it's also about infrastructure in cities to get, if we're doing electric mobility, what is the infrastructure that is needed there for the off-takers? The IEA estimates that we need to double the length of grids. So now we're just talking about power by 2050. this is a huge issue. Let's just take Latin America for example. You have huge distances in some countries, and you have a lack of investment. In rural areas, you have it is often not even feasible to put in place a centralized infrastructure. So we really need to be focused on distributed renewables. And just one last point to build on what our Brazilian colleague said is, we talk about building resilient infrastructure. We don't build it for the climate, we build it for people. So therefore, people need to be a part of the whole infrastructure development. And I think it builds very nicely on a Brazilian colleague about the involvement of the communities where these resources are being used.
Thank you very much, Laura. And I'll go to Steve and to Luca to talk about private sector and to talk about investment. But as I do that, I would like the three of you, Rose, Nicola, and Laura, to just take off from where Laura left, because I'll go back to Brazil in a second. To what extent in your current thinking and your current programs do we have indigenous populations right in our mind when we talk about energy transition, especially that the word here is just energy transitions? So just give it a thought and tell us what are we doing now, but what we can do better as we go in this direction. And then we take the discussion up from there, because I think it's one of the areas that we need to probably pay more attention. And this is a wonderful opportunity to do it here, but then to take it forward at the UN Environment Assembly in February. So now, Steve, the copper industry, you represent an incredibly powerful and important sector globally. And we see as the renewable energy demands rise, there is also a demand in minerals, there is a demand in metals, and this comes at a price. So the question here, from your vast experience, reach, power, how do we create a balance between the sustainability of renewables by making minerals and metals that are required available on the one hand, while maintaining the sustainability and cleanliness of these processes? And I can imagine this is not an easy thing to achieve, but is it achievable? And what have you done so far?
Yeah. It's not an easy thing, but it's a necessary thing. So there is no clean energy transition without metals and minerals like copper. There's the old saying, I'm not the first person or the last to say that everything around you, if it isn't grown, it has to be mined. And as I said at the opening, it's gratifying to see more of a recognition that there needs to be a discussion around this, because otherwise you'll have bottlenecks into the clean energy transition. So I mean, we would like to see better framework conditions for the industries that are providing the building blocks. We unfortunately don't see a social acceptance for the work that we're doing, and that needs to change. Governments need to be able to have their people understand that what we're doing by providing copper, nickel, lithium, cobalt, whatever it is enabling the world to decarbonize, is enabling the world to transfer to clean energies. That recognition does not widely exist. Some countries do better than others, some don't do it at all. But we can't ask for these framework conditions if we're not taking care of our own house, so to speak. So I'm proud of the work that our members have done. We have a decarbonization roadmap. Our members are committed to decarbonizing, to reaching net zero by 2050 with science-based targets. Full stop. We understand that there are concerns about how the materials are sourced, how they're processed. So the copper mark now exists. It's 31 criteria, an independent organization that certifies if the process, if the production is being done in a responsible way. So governments can be confident that the sites that are participating in their countries are doing it in the most responsible way possible, and that it's not a static certification. Constant improvements need to be demonstrated to maintain the copper mark. And then there's the third pillar in all of this is circular economy. Copper is infinitely recyclable without losing any of its properties. Other metals cannot say that. But we need to go beyond just the material and the industry itself. So you'll see our members going forward taking a much more active position and actions to accelerate the circular economy. And I'm particularly um, um, interested in seeing that action or driving that action because it was Shireen who pointed out that the executive director of a foundation, a large global foundation, said that it is my industry that's standing in the way of a circular economy, and I take exception to that, and we want to turn that narrative around.
It is brave and it is essential to have this responsible kind of action. But let me grill you a little bit, if I may, with the sound effects, creating some drama.
Hmm.
Now, you talked about science-based targets. It's one of our key areas of focus at the United Nations Science Policy Business Forum. It's a very important and difficult sometimes part of the discussion, but let me talk about transparency.
Hmm.
When you talk about a critical association working with critical minerals, and metals. And we talk about circularity targets, we talk about net zero targets. How does the transparency frameworks work in terms of reporting
Hmm.
on the figures that show how we are progressing in these areas? Because I think building trust over time and understanding the economics of things, understanding the sustainability values, allow, make it necessary for us to see the evidence.
No, it's a fair question, and I invite everyone to go online. We are completely transparent. The roadmap is available. It's been through intense scrutiny, and the reporting structure is in place. It's called Copper: The Pathway to Net Zero. I invite all of you to look at it, and if you see something that doesn't look right to you, or you don't feel like we're being transparent enough, we want to know about it. Look, everything we do, and Sheree knows this, is about partnerships and building trust and credibility. And we spent 25 years, for example, partnering with the United Nations system, and I think that the copper industry probably has a level of credibility at least equal, if not greater, than any other metal or material because of our efforts to be trustworthy and credible, and we will not back away from that with the decarbonization work.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Nicola and Laura. 30 seconds answer. How do we balance the need to increase our renewable energy production and reach with being sustainable in terms of the need for essential minerals and metals that the demand for renewables also requires? So I'll start with Nicola.
With the right environmental and social assessments every time we engage in order to mine. And I do understand that's one of the bottlenecks today. That's something that perhaps we need to sort out, the license, the permitting, but not at the expense of doing proper diligence every time we need to open a mine. And we need the copper. We absolutely need the copper, and we cannot wait 10 years for a mine to be licensed. But we still need to maintain that work, that diligence.
Laura.
Sort of 2 points there. One is we need the policies and the regulations in place to speed up the ESG to get the mining happening. Um, I would also argue that if you compare the mining of lithium, copper, etc., to the mining of fossil fuels, they're not comparable. It's not clean, and there needs to be processes in place. Communities need to be there, safeguards need to be there, but we cannot afford to look just at this particular slice. It needs to be looked at the full context. Yes, there are issues. In the renewable energy sector, we have not been good about including communities and maybe doing the necessary ESG. We need to do it, but we also need to move forward and we need to put it in perspective with the energy system we currently have. Because if we don't, we're not going to be here in 50 years. Or we may be, but we're going to be looking a lot different.
Thank you very much. I need a drum roll now because finally financing. So Luca, you heard the discussion where we are, and as Rose said, to a large extent, this boils down to financing. And you come from an interesting space, also representing the Nordic finance sector. So let's unpack this because there's a lot going on here. As an expert in financing, as an expert in sustainability, and as we look at developing and least developed countries, how do we manage this financing gap, financing challenge? In how do we attract foreign direct investment? So we are not talking here about aid money. We are not necessarily talking about philanthropy. We are talking about perhaps what could be a new form of investment that takes what we've learned the last 50 years about sustainability in mind, in building resilience and in investing, especially in developing and least developed countries. Is it viable? Is it not viable? Is it safe? We hear about de-risking. How do you articulate these ideas from your point of view in this sector generally, but also maybe very interestingly coming from the Nordic perspective?
Yeah, thank you. The problem of coming in this late is that now my head is full of thoughts after the conversation. So I'll try to be structured, but not an easy job now. No, I mean, to your question around financing, I mean, the first observation I would say is that, yeah, we should look at the past, but honestly, I don't think we've managed it well enough. So that's just the first statement, right? So somehow we're going to have to think, learn from the past, but also think differently as we go ahead. Because again, the pace of change that we need and the financing associated with that is, way beyond what we have done. So somehow we need to trigger something differently. Now, the Nordic Investment Bank, when we look at financing, we look for impact, for sure. Fossil fuels, generally speaking, out of the question. I agree with Laura. It's a completely different ball game. I agree that the energy systems will probably require them for some time going forward, but we really need to be serious about phasing them out. Time is running out. We need to phase them out. So as the Nordic Investment Bank, and from our perspective, therefore, we don't engage in fossil fuel. It's as simple as that. All the other activities are also not necessarily straightforward. So when we look for impact, let's start with mining, critical raw materials. You have that globally. We actually have quite a bit of that in the Nordics as well. So we're having that conversation even at home. But they're necessary, right? But there, I would say, together with other renewable energy projects, be it hydro in Brazil or wind in India or somewhere else, the ENS component is fundamental, right? Environment and social, safeguards, right? Is fundamental. So whatever we look for impact. Good, there is good impact potential. The next step is we look at more and more on E is about nature and biodiversity impacts locally, very important, and S, so local communities, or more broadly, actually, the society in which the project happens, and how do we take them along? Now, to the financing, yeah, I'll come to this was the exactly. I know. I was trying to avoid it, but you're bringing me back. No, I mean, Laura also mentioned it. I think when you see the financing numbers, right? Global North, it's happening. It's going. The flows are there. We need to accelerate even further, but somehow we have. Global South, more tricky, right? Ultimately, what you see is, maybe I'm using financial slang, but the spreads are wider, and that's what doesn't allow us to come in with the same flows that you see in other developed parts of the world. Now, those spreads are symptomatic of risk. That's basically how finance reasons. So when the spreads get higher, it's because the market is recognizing a higher risk. That's why you think about de-risking. Now, in the past, we have tried some de-risking methodologies, blended finance, and so on. I think we just need to experiment further. I don't have a good solution here. I wish that you would all be taking notes. But when you think about concessional finance, grants and all of that, that's great. It unlocks some elements. But I think we should think more about financial structures where we use that money, which is very valuable, actually coupling it, with private capital, or anyways, not risk-free capital, so that you can leverage up, right? So that out of 100 million, you can do 1 billion. Out of 1 billion, you can do 10 billion. And it's these financial structures that I hope we need to unlock in the coming years.
You and I talked about this before, but in Stockholm, I think.
Yes.
But
It's
now
colder there.
it was cold. It's great one. But we saw the European Investment Bank, for example, in recent years, kind of moving towards investment in Africa, for example, with a new Africa branch that opened like around a couple of years. Or where are you heading in this direction? Is it at all in the discussion of the Nordic Investment Bank kind of looking at possibly financing projects in, say, Africa and other parts of the developing world?
Yeah.
Brazil.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're looking into it. I think also EBRD is moving towards Africa. We have a close collaborations with these entities, IFIs, basically, broadly speaking. So our approach, I think, will be more of partnering. So when we come, we will probably come with the capital, not so much with an office or our own expertise. We will leverage and work with EIB, African Development Bank, with you guys, exactly. I think that's a better approach from our perspective, and use the local expertise, and partner up. But hopefully we, ultimately from us, I think what you need is our capital flow, right? And that's something we're looking into.
We need this capital flow before the next COP, the upcoming COP in Brazil. So
all right.
And the
Taking notes.
session is getting recorded. Nicola.
Yeah, there's something we call bankability.
The microphone, guys.
Microphone. There's something we call bankability in infrastructure investment, right? And when bankability occurs, that's when lenders are willing to come in on a non-recourse basis and fund the project. The floodgates open at that point.
Yeah.
But that's not the problem. The problem is getting to bankability. And if the international financial institutions, such as the African Development Bank or the EBRD, cannot take a view on a 25-year horizon on a project, how will the private sector be able to do that? So we need perhaps a reform of the entire DFI mandate in order to get capital to flow to get us to bankability.
Okay, I see this is firing up a discussion. My colleagues will kill me here. They're giving me looks because of time. 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Laura and then Steve.
I want to die with the term de-risk removed from the finance vocabulary. I'm sorry. I am not a finance person. Okay, so maybe it's a naive statement. This is not about de-risking investment. It's about social and economic development. Point. So yes, I understand the investment and we need to make sure, but we need to shift the focus. So it gets a little bit to what you just said.
Laura,
And
got it. Steve.
bankability. The reason why energy efficiency doesn't get investment is because the projects aren't always bankable. So we've created an initiative to get past that impasse. The finance community and the efficiency community working together to make the projects bankable.
I want to know if I have any questions or comments from the floor. I might be able to take one or two. No, yes, one type. I'll come back, but it will be very quick. Now, I want to conclude this session with a focus on indigenous rights to energy. We don't do enough of that. We need to talk more about that, and we need to have our indigenous communities worldwide at the heart of the discussion. So now, your thoughts on this, each one has practically less than 15 seconds, and then we will hear from Genelson his thoughts on that and on the three things that he feels indigenous populations need to have achieved through meetings and convenings like the COP28 in order to enhance indigenous rights to energy. Rose.
I think the irony in all this, at least for Africa, is that a lot of these resources, the critical minerals and everything that is required, are often found in the lands of indigenous people. It's the same in Brazil. Look at the Ituri or Batwa in the Congo, DRC. So the issue of a just transition, it can't be just extraction to enable the energy transition. it's about the community. One, ensuring that the power starts where those critical minerals are located. Two, that there are jobs, at least for Africa, that the new arrangement for critical minerals for the energy transition takes into account one, nature, two, the welfare of the communities, creating jobs and providing them exactly what that resource delivers. If it's energy, then the energy plants must be there and the jobs must be. And that is the big discussion on what a just transition should include.
They're all of course, of developers that come into someone else's land in order to take out energy or resources, is to take the local community into account. So engage with the local community. It's their land, it's their resources. They should be the first ones benefiting. So every project should make that a priority.
We want to see that.
Absolutely.
Laura.
You need a multi-stakeholder approach. You need government, you need industry, you need
REN 21.
You need REN 21, absolutely. It's very messy. A multi-stakeholder process is incredibly messy, but the outcome is always better. And it's about finding points of commonality. It's not about gas, no gas. It's about what are we trying to accomplish and how can we get there best?
Look, I mean, it was already alluded to. The material that we produce is often done in sites that have indigenous populations. So can't do it without meaningful partnership with the local communities. What we do, though, is provide jobs in the work. Just going back to a discussion I had about a copper mine in Arizona that's been in permitting, I think now for 14 years. The tribe in that area where the mine would take place is 70% unemployment. So this mine creates 3,700 full-time jobs, who primarily come from the local community.
What kind of assessment do you do, or what kind of work do you do in terms of the engagement and creating that consensus?
And it's the individual companies do that, Shireen. We don't do that on their behalf.
Do you
But
put guidelines or
well, they if they're members of us, they
they
need
will
to.
put about
Yeah.
it? Okay.
It's a priority. It's not just an add-on. It's not just a nice thing to have. It's a fundamental part of any project, and it will make the project more successful.
That's right.
Actually, so you just have to do it.
Thank you. So I do apologize because we will not have time because of the next sessions, but do engage with our panel, please. But last words, I'm very happy and proud to give them to Genelson to give us his thoughts and ideas. Go ahead.
Primeira coisa que é muito importante é ter a participação justa das comunidades locais.
Yeah, the first thing that it really matters is to have this just participation of local communities
Tanto na decisão final, quanto também nos lucros.
in the final decision, but also in the profits.
Mas caso tiver projetos que seja muito impactante naquele território, naquela natureza, deveria ser evitado e encontrar outra alternativa.
But if the projects have too much of an environmental impact or too big of an impact in the community, then it should be avoided and you should find an alternative.
Hoje no Brasil tem muita coisa injusta, porque a natureza é do povo brasileiro e grande parte da energia é feito lá. E o Brasil tem uma das energias mais caras para a população brasileira.
He's saying it sometimes it is not fair because the energy comes from the nature and the nature belongs to the people, but it costs at the same time so much in Brazil right now to have access to energy.
Hoje está crescendo muito a política da placa solar como alternativa hoje no Brasil, mas ainda é um sistema muito caro para implementação, principalmente para a população de baixa renda.
And he said that when thinking of renewables such as solar energy, you need to think of the most vulnerable populations who cannot access it at all.
E por final, hoje nós índios brasileiros temos necessidade de energia elétrica nas nossas aldeias, a não ser os índios isolados que estão na Amazônia ainda não precisa, mas que quando fosse implementado em torno do território, que o índio ele tenha que ter a participação nesse desenvolvimento social e econômico.
He's saying that the tribes should have a participation in this social and economic development because they also require the energy in the tribes, except for the isolated tribes in the deep of the Amazon.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our panel. I cannot thank our panelists enough for their generosity, the information shared, and their commitment to just energy transitions. I thank you for your interest and for being part of this panel. We will just excuse you, we'll have a photo opportunity and then we conclude.
Welcome, everyone, to this event. Welcome to you who are in the room, and also welcome to those of you who are attending the session online. We would like to welcome you to this event today, which will focus on how do we reach from the needs to the actual implementation of climate technologies. How do we make progress? My name is Sarah Trerup. I'm from the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, leading the group working on technology, transitions, and system innovation, and I will be moderating this event. At the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, with the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center and Network, we are pleased to present to you the 2023 Climate Technology Progress Report, which will be the focus of the session that we have here today, with an overall focus on how do we move from the needs towards implementation. The session is structured into two parts. First, we will start our program with remarks from my colleague in UNEP, Miriam Hinostroza, from Rajiv Garg, the acting interim director of the Climate Technology Center and Network, and from Stephen Minas, who is a member of the Technology Executive Committee and as well of the CTCN Advisory Board. Immediately after that, I will briefly introduce you to the overall report, and we'll have presentations from some of the lead authors that we have here with us today. I will introduce you to the speakers after we have heard from our first three guests. So without further ado, I would like to invite Miriam Hinostroza to take the floor. Please, Miriam. Closer to the mic.
Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. It's my privilege to be here. We say privilege because we should be mindful of what it takes to be here. I'm referring to the fantastic job done before this session. So thank you, Sarah, for putting together this event. Also for being here, replacing Ruth, who should be actually here, our OEC of the Climate and Energy Branch. But on her behalf, thank you very much again for joining us today at this crucial juncture in our battle against climate change. That's what we are doing. I mean, it's a battle, and we will eventually win the war. But for that to happen, it seems that we still need some more COPs. As you see, the world stands as a critical turning point, and regrettably, the pace and scale of global action fall short on what is urgently needed. With this somehow pessimistic preamble, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to this significant event where we converge to discuss on how we can implement climate technologies more swiftly and effectively. And yet, in the past 3 decades, the frequency of extreme weather events have been staggering, to say the least. And 2023 has unfortunately been no exception. And you probably heard about the latest reports, the emission gap report and the adaptation gap reports, underlining the alarming trend of breaking temperatures and emissions records when we should be heading in the opposite direction. And the adaptation gap report emphasizes a concerning decreasing adaptation finance as well, urging a rapid societal transformation to achieve the Paris Agreement temperatures goal. With over 56% of the world's population living in urban areas, a figure projected to reach 68% by 2050, the importance of sustainable transitions becomes ever more pronounced. Many urban centers are highly vulnerable to climate change impacts, as you know, requiring a fundamental transformation of urban systems for both mitigation and adaptation. So the urgency and implementing climate technologies on the ground cannot be overstated. The latest IPCC report tells us that emission must drop by nearly 10% annually, and resilience to climate change impacts must be built. While the technologies required to these actions are matured and ready to transfer, we must address the frameworks and barriers hindering their rapid adoption. Even though we also know these issues, but we need to continue discussing and making a situation close to acceptable for this to be implemented. We need to examine structural factors slowing down technology transfer and deployment, including regulatory, policy, and sector-specific barriers. Legal and regulatory challenges exist for 61% of the technologies, and that's a very high percentage at this point of when we are celebrating COP28. While economic and financial challenges remain for 86% of the technologies. For example, Cambodia identified in its technology needs assessment a lack of targeted policies and conducive regulatory frameworks as key barriers to scale and the implementation of technologies for energy efficient mass transportation. Recent COPs, notably the 26 and 27, have consistently stressed the imperative of strengthening cooperative efforts in technology development and transfer for both mitigation and adaptation. And the UNFCCC has garnered unwavering support for the role of technologies from the convention parties for over 2 decades now. Since 2009, UNEP and UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center assisted nearly 100 countries in conducting climate technology needs assessment and formulating technology action plans, this way paving the conditions for transformative system changes. Complementing this effort, the Climate Technology and Network, CTCN, provides vital technical assistance crucial to implementing these technologies. And then the Technology Executive Committee plays also a pivotal role in helping countries identify appropriate policies to enhance climate technology implementation. This COP stands as pivotal opportunity for the international community to amplify climate action, and we hear a lot in these days. Key issues such as the means of implementation, as usual, climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building take center stage. With a call from the COP presidency, even for commitments from private and public sectors, stakeholders to fund and advance technology for systemic transformations. This event is organized by UNEP, as Sarah said, the Copenhagen Climate Center, and the UNFCCC technology mechanism, which is comprised by the Technology Center and Network and the Technology Executive Committee. Guided by this selective panel, we will engage in discussions on how to achieve necessary speed and scale of climate technology implementation, focusing particularly on transformations in cities infrastructure essential to meeting the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. With these words, I hope that you have a very nice discussions, I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miriam. And Rajiv, may I ask you to take the floor and share your remarks with us? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Uh, you know, distinguished delegates on the dais and colleagues, first of all, I'm so glad. I'm I'm very happy that CTCN is part of this event. CTCN is part of this report. Means we had worked in partnership uh, uh, with UNEP CCC, and I don't feel any difference. Means we are part of the same team. Means we could not, we should not be even distinguishing ourselves as separate bodies. Means we have tirelessly worked together. UNEP CCC earlier as DTU was part of the CTCM consortium, and we started this journey together. I'm very happy to be part of this, and I'm delighted to be in this stock taking, what you call a stock taking event or launch of this book, which is done in collaboration with the tech. Well, colleagues, you all know the urgency of taking system transformative climate actions with particular emphasis on the word action has been more pressing and more important than ever. This report comes at a very right time, echoing the findings of the first global Stocktake report and the IPCC sixth assessment report, both of which underscored the urgency of addressing climate change uh, in the role of climate technology. The finding of the first global stocktake clearly indicate that a course correction is needed to achieve the Paris Agreement goals rapidly on a large scale. And this is specifically also true if you look at the emission gap report, the adaptation gap report, and the production gap report, which have been recently launched in the last few days by UNEP. They all point towards the same direction. Now, when talking, this report focuses on urban development, specifically looking at Asia and cities, looking at what technologies can be readily implemented. Uh, and I'm not going to go more deeper into that topic because my colleague Sarah is going to dwell more into it. But I'm trying to give you some perspective from the point of view of the Climate Technology Center and Network and our experience with it. What we feel is that urban development is a highly interrelated and a cross-cutting issue. Concentrating people and activities make cities major energy consumers and source of greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, because the cities also have people in it, it has buildings, it has infrastructure, they are quite very vulnerable to a range of climate risks. Daily news highlights about cities, and this pertains to cities exposed to flooding, cities waterlogging, heat waves, issues concerning water, sanitation, and energy. And they are all interrelated because you have flooding, then you certainly find that the cities, there are health risks. You start getting malaria, means, you know, the sewerage system conks off because of flooding. So all things start becoming interrelated. Uh, and again, the Climate Technology Progress Report highlights that technology and innovation are readily available to address these challenges. However, access to these technologies remain limited for many developing countries due to various factors, including institutional capacity gaps, inadequate infrastructure, limited financial resources, lack of understanding and knowledge, lack of integrated planning processes, and also lack of use of, of technologies which can be useful, like digital technologies. Uh, well, in the CTCN we have in 2022-23 alone, we have the countries have talked to the CTCN on more than 300 technology ideas and projects which can be done, or assistance which they would need and require, and a number of them are pertaining to cities. And this shows a great appetite and a great demand. So the demand for for technical assistance is really outstripping the supply side on how much we as institutions are able to support, as CTCN are able to support, as UNEP CCC are, which are able to support. Uh, as a part of UNFCCC technology mechanism, CTCN is playing a leading role in filling this gap and facilitating access to climate technologies in response to the request of developing countries. If we look just as the CTCN portfolio on infrastructure and buildings, 32% of all our support has gone into this particular transformative areas. Lessons learned from the operations on the ground also aligns to the findings which Sarah is going to describe later, and which are there in this report. A small example, CTCN supported few countries in developing green building standards in cities. CTCN supported few cities in developing a framework of how to define a smart city. There are numerous examples. CTCN supported one country, Thailand, and Bangkok for its to mitigate its flooding problems. There are various examples, and some of them found its way into this report. We hope that in future, and this is going to be a series of reports, which we believe, and we are going to be a continued partner in future. What we have as a vision is more and more of our examples which we have implemented in countries are integrated and brought into this report, so it provides an additional perspective. But I'm very happy on this launch, and as I said, our vision is to continue this partnership till the time we keep on producing these kind of good, valuable outputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. We really appreciate the collaboration and continued support and look forward to this continuation. So with this, I would like to invite Stephen Minas to say a few words on the behalf of the Technology Executive Committee. Please, Stephen.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. It is a delight to be here to join with my colleagues to welcome the publication of this report. It is no exaggeration to say that the battle against climate change will be won or lost in Asia's cities. We see in a region of extraordinary scale and economic dynamism, massive rampant urbanization, and how could it be otherwise as people seek better lives for themselves and their children? But this has, of course, been attended by environmental challenges, social challenges, and ultimately a heavy climate cost. And that is why, of course, as we seek higher quality urbanization, this report is so timely, not just, I believe, for the Asian region, but I believe it also offers international lessons as well. We've heard already, and we will hear more about the challenges of governance and infrastructure and access to finance that attend those who are seeking to develop urban areas in a climate-sensitive way, consistent with the adaptation and mitigation goals that we all have. And this is really a collective effort. If one turns to the first page, you see acknowledgements in very small print. So I do want to acknowledge the authors, the reviewers, Sarah, your extraordinary role, including as an editor, and all the institutions who brought their collective wisdom and experience, including, of course, the CTCN. And I think this is a very natural, organic collaboration that as the CTCN builds its lessons learned from its various projects, that of course these are lessons which can go straight into the next report as is relevant. I just want to say a couple of things institutionally, that I'm very happy that this year this is indeed a collaboration of the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, the TEC, and the CTCN. The three bodies are working together as we see on the cover, and long may that continue, because each have their distinctive but complementary roles that they are playing here. From the side of the TEC, we have been very happy with the collaboration, both in the steering committee and more broadly in bringing this to publication. As I said, it is something that is going to have a real impact, and it is, of course, part of a series. So this work will continue with a different regional focus next year, but we'll continue to work together to bring important lessons to parties and non-party stakeholders. Now, let me say that I regret that I cannot stay for the panel discussion. It happens that the technology negotiations are on at this very hour. So in a sense, we are trying to move the ball forward within the COP on some of these issues as well. And I say that not out of politeness. I'm very interested in this discussion, but I'm sure I'll hear from my colleagues as well. But for now, let me just say thank you very much to everyone who's participated. And I wish you all the best for the remaining discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for these words, and we really appreciate that you could make it here. So thank you to all of you. who joined us already. So now I would actually like to turn to the next part of our small session here. And I'm very happy to be here also with speakers who have contributed as lead authors to some of the chapters of our report. With us to present the feasibility assessment chapter, which is the sort of the first part of the framing the report, we have Elizabeth Gilmore from Carleton University in Canada. We also have Deborah Lee from ICLAC, who is also joining us here at the podium, also to present with Elizabeth on the feasibility assessment chapter. And then lastly, but not least, we also have Lucas Somaria from the University College London, who worked on the institutional and governance chapter. So welcome very much to all three of you. We really appreciate that you took the time to being here. I would also like to mention that, as Stephen also mentioned, that we do have a quite impressive number of authors joining the report. We have actually 33 authors who have contributed the making of this report. In addition, we have 12 steering committee members, and we also have numerous reviewers who contributed to the process. So we really appreciate that. And not least, we have the colleagues back home, Blanche Ting and Paul Riemann, who also supported and were instrumental for making us reaching this stage. So thanks everyone to contributing to the process. So now I will see if I can change the slides. Let's see. I turned it on. No, maybe I could ask for the next slide. Yes. So I will just say a few words on the report and going to the next slide. Yes. No, this is a. Yes, here we are. Good. Thank you so much. So what I wanted to introduce you to is the overall ambition of the report. The report aims to bring more clarity on what leads to successful development and transfer of climate technologies, to the gaps, the challenges, enablers in creating the enabling frameworks for how do we implement, use, and uptake more climate technologies that are needed for these transitions that we are speaking about. So the report focuses on what progress is made, what has enabled it, where are the gaps, and building on this understanding, how do we better enhance climate technology development and transfer? These questions may come across as quite simple, but in reality, they are very complicated to answer. And as we have embarked on this journey on the report, we are still finding our feet and further refining the report, the assessment from year to year. And we are quite happy with the support and collaboration we have with the CTCN, with the Climate Technology Center and Network, in for all of us, and not least the authors and the steering committee shaping up this work, even making it more tangible also going forward. So now, speaking to the next slide. Yes, we have the part A, which is the feasibility assessment chapter that we will hear more about from Deborah and Elizabeth. But this aims to give decision makers a kind of guidance at the global and regional levels on how to think about the issues raised and how they apply in their context, and how it can be useful in decision making. Then on the second part, we focus on a number of what we call enabling conditions. So we focus on what technologies are there. We focus on the governance, institutional structures. We focus on policies, regulatory frameworks, and also on investments and finance. So these are the chapters that form the report. And as we will hear only from two chapters today, I would encourage all of you to have a closer look at the report and its findings. So my last slide before turning to our other speakers, this is just to present to you the overall focus and how we have gone about in the assessment. So we take a systems approach, as we know that it cannot stand as interventions that stand alone, but we do take this more embracing approach to how we assess technologies and how we create the changes that are needed. As also mentioned, we have this year focus on urban transitions, infrastructure investments, and also with case studies from the Asian region. As you can see here, it shows us the enabling environments, how they speak with the feasibility assessment and where technologies, options, solutions are situated within these transformational approach of systems thinking. So what I would do now is that I would invite Deborah and Elizabeth to present some of the findings from your chapter. And I know we have not as much time as we would all like to have, but again, please bring some key messages to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Good day, everybody. Hope you're all doing well, and thank you for, excuse me, thank you for joining us. It's really been a pleasure to work on the CTPR for a second year straight, and very, very thrilled that UNEP decided to take the approach of system transitions that has been so recommended in IPCC 6 assessment cycle, as Sarah said, as a way to break down the silos and really show the interconnectedness that there is between everything and all the response options, whether they're mitigation and adaptation. So to start with, and just to emphasize the message, system transitions help us have a holistic view of the discrete technologies that will support, in this case, the urban system transition. We found evidence of highly feasible technologies within urban systems, and something novel of the feasibility assessment, as showed in, again, IPCC 6 assessment cycle, is that we go beyond the technical and economic dimensions that usually frame projects, and also looking at social, cultural, institutional, environmental, and geophysical. So looking at things as what's the political acceptability, social, cultural acceptability, gender equity, intergenerational equity, rules or regulations or policies that support specific options. So all these come into play when we talk about the feasibility assessment as well. But the feasibility assessment also shows us where are the gaps between the desirability of technologies, such as nature-based solutions, and the need for stronger institutional dimensions. So even though, for example, nature-based solutions are talked about a lot, there are still gaps in institutions and governance that fully enable the full potential of it. But I know Lucas will address that also. And this system transitions and feasibility assessment also allow us to look at synergies and trade-offs with the sustainable development goals. So what we're trying to do is take one set of options and how they can serve both mitigation and adaptation goals. So when we look at mitigation, adaptation, sustainable development goals, it gives us the full picture of where we can maximize synergies and identify the trade-offs to really tackle where those big gaps or barriers are. So in this slide, we can see the groups of discrete technologies and how they come together. And we prioritized equity as a critical component of climate action. So in looking at every single option, we looked at equity and inclusion. So for example, in water management, we have green infrastructure, blue infrastructure. We added public transportation, especially mass transit, as a way, again, for inclusion, for underserved populations, because they're also part of the bigger urban system transition. We looked at building cooling, also including nature-based solutions. Social housing, especially because in a lot of Asian cities we have resettlements, improvement, different like peri-urban areas, so not like the big fancy cities that one might think of. And then energy distribution and generation, looking not only at how to make energy provision reliable, but also how, for example, standalone, rooftop solar systems or distributed grids can also help those other populations with, for example, lower incomes to have quality of life and basic services and infrastructure. So when we look at the feasibility assessment, we use the same methodology as IPCC's special report on global warming at 1.5, which was also the basis of last year's climate technology progress report, and looking at the bigger circle, what's high feasibility, medium circle, medium feasibility, and small circle, low feasibility. Something to highlight of the low feasibility is not that we should stay away from those options, but where we either need more evidence or where we have significant barriers. So as we can see, institutional has the biggest number of barriers, and it's because we need to strengthen those institutions and the governance mechanisms and the policies that will support implementation of different options. So, and also social culture, some of the social cultural dimension indicators have barriers, and that also points us to a need to better understand perceptions and expectations, how to create better inclusion, for example, on gender.
Thank you. Here we dive a little bit deeper into a set of technologies as they relate to building cooling. So the feasibility assessment that we conducted here, right, we really focused on large groups of technologies because it's not one single technology. It's already implementing a broad set in order to see the types of transitions that are available to us. But that doesn't mean that we lose focus of some of the details. And so here we went into the literature to look at building cooling, both with and without nature-based solutions. Now, we hear a lot about nature-based solutions right now. So we felt that it was really important to try to disaggregate this, but also in that way reveal where some of the differences in feasibility exist and also where some of the knowledge gaps exist. So again, the feasibility assessment, it tells you what is highly feasible now, but it also gives you this direct guidance about where to focus your efforts from a policy perspective, but also to the research community to focus our efforts on where knowledge gaps exist. And so you see this reflected here again with those large circles really highlighting the high feasibility and high confidence and evidence in the literature base. But going down to those smaller circles, we still have sufficient confidence that right now these are low feasible, have low feasibility, again, especially in those institutional dimensions. But you can see how with nature-based solutions on some of those dimensions, we already start to do better, but it really points again to those knowledge gaps. And so as the IPCC is going to move forward into the special report on cities, this report also now provides guidance back to the research community. The feasibility assessment approach also gives us a way to think about synergies, and specifically synergies with the Sustainable Development Goals. So, I mean, without sort of reviewing why it's so important that we meet these Sustainable Development Goals, we know that these technologies and this innovation will be more supported in markets, more supported by public acceptance, if they match to some of the main sustainable SDGs and Agenda 2030. But it also gives us an entry point to start thinking about equity as well as we bring these technologies from a technology into an implementation and into a transition.
So then, just to close, we place the five technologies, the five discrete groups of technologies within the system transitions that we can see here. And if we take water as a connecting element, we see how urban energy ecosystems, especially land ecosystems and also coastal, fit into the whole picture. So how each and every one of these technologies are connected. And this leads us to climate resilient development that seeks solutions that are both sustainable when they interconnect economic, social, and ecological processes, as well as transformative in that we change the fundamental systems with impacts and we see the shifts of trajectories for progress. So at least for on behalf of Elizabeth, Paolo back here, also lead author in our chapter and fellow IPCC author, it's been very exciting to see how what started developing within a scientific assessment is taking a life of its own and actually being implemented. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much to both of you. And then without further ado, I would like to invite Lucas to present the findings from the institutional and governance chapter.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. So thanks the UNEP CCC and also the Tech and the CTCN for allowing me to be here today. I've been on behalf of my colleagues who work on Chapter 4, which is basically focusing on the institutional settings and governance. So it's actually giving a sort of a deeper look into some of the cases from the Asian community and some of the things that Deborah was mentioning about the sort of institutional settings that need to be put in place in order to be able to create the enabling environment to deploy these technologies more effectively. So I know we're running out of time, but I just want to sort of give some key messages about these sort of institutional settings and why they're important. The first thing is that understanding these institutional settings and governance processes are very context specific, and they're also critical to the effective delivery and deployment of technology-based solutions for low carbon and climate resilient development, particularly in the context of cities. So creating the enabling environment, the appropriate enabling environment for the development and transfer of technologies becomes imperative in this context. And that requires understanding the feasibility assessment, the feasibility dimensions of technologies, but also from a context point of view, really go deeper into the sort of more social and political, institutional, regulatory, as well as the financial dimensions that are needed. In terms of the urban systems, that we think of urban systems as units that can potentially transform into new forms of production and consumption. But this required for new innovations at niche level to be able to be mainstreamed and enabled when we have existing regimes that don't allow that for these innovations to emerge. And this requires also to really go deeper into understanding the social practices related to innovation, and as well as the business models of each cases, and understand the mechanisms and the regulatory environments as well. So on the case studies, we have 3 case studies and 1 illustrative solution, which was a community-based urban solution based in India. But I'm going to focus mostly now on the case studies. The first case study is on mitigation, and it was about scaling up processes of CNG buses in Semarang in Indonesia. This was an initiative to transition from diesel to hybrid compressed natural gas diesel buses for the transport system in the city of Semarang. And this process took between around 10 years, so it was between 2013 and 2022. It involved a lot of the sort of engagement with the regional as well as the international community to develop the right kind of platforms for these technology solutions to be socialized properly within the institutional environments. And one thing to consider in this case is that the whole process of the transition from moving to conventional diesel buses to CNG buses took about 10 years to implement. So that means that indicates that sustainability transitions in certain aspects, in certain contexts, can be quite complex. So it's not just about having the readiness for the technology or the the feasibilities sort of ready, but also to think about the sort of wider stakeholder engagement, not just from the expertise, but also the wider community as well, and understand those dynamics, as well as to be able to produce the right kind of city level strategies, and then of course piloting the hybrid buses over time to see to explore market readiness. The second case is about the Melaka Green Climate Action Plan. This case is really interesting because it sort of talks a lot about the sort of sub-economic regional bodies and the importance of sort of interregional cooperation. Particularly here in this case is the IMTGS, the Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand Growth Triangle. Which provide this sub-regional framework for cooperation, particularly related to accelerating economic cooperation in this space, as well as promoting the right kind of institutional governance and enabling frameworks between cities. So for example, one example here was the sort of fostering of the city-to-city agreements, which allows to share lessons during the implementation stages of the plan, and as a result, also the creation of multiple partnerships with national as well as international organizations. The third case, it's about water governance in Thailand. This one is a very interesting case when it comes to technology transfer in particular, because we know that with climate change, water-related management challenges in places, in cities, in Asian cities such as Bangkok, for example, are increasingly problematic because of they they have multiple scalar issues at the institutional structure, but also in terms of urban and water governance. And in the past decade, when you think about Asian cities, the rapid level of urbanization means that there are sometimes drastic shifts. So in terms of land use, agricultural and green spaces that affect largely the sort of built environment. The case study of management in Thai cities shows that that water resources and water-related risks are increasingly complex, and that climate-related uncertainties and urban dynamics require to sort of develop a deeper revision of the institutional and governance approaches. So when we think about the technology transfer, it's not just about we have to move beyond the purely technical dimension or purely technology-based solution, for example, when it comes to implementing early warning systems. Because even if these technologies are deployed, that doesn't ensure that the regulatory systems, the governance structures are going to be able to respond adequately to flood hazards, for example. So just to give some key messages and policy recommendations, of course, in the interest of time, we cannot cover everything right now, but just to give a little flavor that basically when we talk about the institutional settings and governance, it's really about creating the enabling environments and the institutional flexibility that is required and the adaptability of these institutions as something that is key to sort of navigate cities' transformations. And this requires stronger governance tools to inform policy development, such as city-level climate technology strategies, but also to be able to set up priorities and realistic, measurable targets that can be used for robust monitoring and evaluation. This also should be combined with the softer governance tools. So it's not just about developing city strategies and implementing monitoring and evaluation, but also about creating spaces for participation and open dialogue with communities that are most affected by an impact by climate change. So it's a question about building trust with the community and listen to a variety of perspectives when it comes to developing these technology solutions. So governance arrangements require to seek more coherence and integration and synergies, interlinkages between different institutions, existing institutions, as well as new and emerging actors. And of course, this requires to think about not just from the sort of institutional sort of single institution, but rather to seek the wider sort of network that have similar objectives. Local leadership and stewardship play a fundamental function, and this could be pursued by a dedicated support to local champions that better understand the context-specific institutions and governance in each city. And finally, to try to pursue a whole governance systems approach that includes both the sort of vertical dimensions of governance, but also the horizontal dimensions that can better deliver equitable transitions. So I'll stop there, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucas and everyone. We are running out of time. I appreciate really sharing some of your findings here, and I would encourage everyone to have a closer look at the report, which has also a summary with key highlights from each of the chapters. The report is available on the UNEP CCC website, on the CTCN, and the Technology Executive Committee website. There are also a few hard copies here in the back for those of you who will like to grab one. So thanks a lot, everyone, also to you attending online and here with us in the room. Thank you so much.
Ah, okay. So maybe can I kick? No, not yet. 1 minute to go. I encourage all people standing in the back to come to the front. Hello, people in the back. You're welcome to join the event about energy efficiency we are having now. We're having a party, yeah. It will be fun. I can assure that we have very good speakers today. Can I go? So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this energy afternoon of the Energy Day. Today, we are going to talk about acceleration models for energy efficiency. And I will introduce our panel later on, which is going to be very interesting and fun because these are longtime experts on the topic. But before moving into that, into the panel discussion, I would like to invite Ruth Ducoto. She's officer in charge and chief of energy and climate branch, industry and economy division of UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme. She will address us and give some initial remarks and context for this event. Just before we invite Ruth to the stage, just a small note. We are a little bit behind, so we really need to be very efficient in this discussion today. Ruth, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, and it's my pleasure to be here and to open this event. I have been working with energy efficiency for a long time, since I think 10 or 12 years ago, when I joined the GEF team, the Global Environment Facility team in UNEP. And the first project that I had to deal with was the Enlighten project. I think you do remember that. And the Enlighten project was actually a project on energy efficiency. And what we wanted to do was to do a move at that time from incandescent lamps to CFLs. And in the middle, the LED revolution came our way, and we had to actually leapfrog to LEDs. And it was a very interesting approach. It was a global project. At that time, I think the cooperation was with DTU University before UNEP CCC. And UNEP had a kind of an integrated approach on policy implementation, finance, the environmental disposal, etc. And this project proved to be very efficient in terms of dealing with the issue of how to do this leapfrogging. And that, at that time, gave rise to United for Efficiency, because we said, well, if this works, and the basis of this integrated approach was minimum energy performance standards that had to be implemented at the country level, but also at the city level. Maybe we could use the same approach to other appliances. And in cooperation with a lot of partners, including the International Copper Association, I see that you have been with us for a long time, and countries, that's how the United for Efficiency was born. So now we use the same approach for air conditioners, refrigerators, motors, electric motors, transformers, and lighting, of course, public lighting and normal lighting. And we have gone a long way since this has started, and our cooperation has grown a lot. And a lot of projects that have been financed by the Global Environment Facility take this approach. And we have seen, for instance, in India, an approach that I think you're going to discuss today on energy as a service and ESCO models. And this takes me of UNEP CCC Gabriela is leading the work in the Copenhagen Climate Center on and hosting this ESCO network, global network, this virtual network. And a lot of people have questions about, does it work? Does it not work, the ESCO model? But I think it is an area that needs to be further explored, because energy as a service is, I think, one of the future ways of dealing if we want to double the pace of energy efficiency and achieve it by 2030. And we need massive investments. If we don't have ESCO models, I think for commercial buildings, I think it's going to be very difficult, because these can bring down the price. We can achieve bulk procurement, and at the same time, the benefits can be shared between whoever is investing and whoever is going to be the beneficiary of the service. There are very different ways of doing that. And I think one of the discussions that we'll have today will touch upon some case studies and how this can be done in good ways and best practices. So it's an area very close to my heart. UNEP is very invested on that policy approach to energy efficiency and to the implementation part, which is the finance. And I think this is a very timely panel to be discussing all these issues on Energy Day, because in this COP, what we want to achieve, apart from the phase out and phase down of fossil fuels and unabated coal, is the doubling of energy efficiency by 2030. And without this, what we're going to discuss today, it's not going to be possible. So thank you very much for being here with us. It's a pleasure for me. We will continue to embrace this collaboration with you and with our fellow speakers. And this is an area that we'll never let down in UNEP. So thank you, Gabriela, for taking this forward.
So thank you, Ruth. I would like to invite Justine to join the panel, please. We know it's a long walk from the other venues of the other events, and sometimes difficult to find where we need to be. So just without further ado, I'll start by introducing our panel today. Starting on my right, we have Pierre Langlois. He's the president of Econolair. Econolair is actually an international energy efficiency consulting firm, and he has many, many years of experience in energy efficiency. And then next to him, we have Steve Kukoda. He's responsible for the International Copper Association, the part of global partnerships and working with key stakeholders around the UN SDGs. So welcome, Steve, and thank you for joining us today. And then we have Ruba Ajour. Ruba, thank you for being with us today as well. And she's an energy officer at the Ministry of Energy. At the Royal Scientific Society and manager of climate change studies. So she's actually very knowledgeable around all the topics around climate change, and including energy efficiency and energy service companies that we will talk about today. Thank you, Ruba. And finally, Justine, thank you for coming and joining us. Justine Akumu, she's an energy officer from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development from Uganda. And she's working for the ministry already for quite some time, and she's very knowledgeable around policy development and implementation, both on energy efficiency and renewable energies. So thank you for joining us today, and I'll have basically a few questions for you. One general question starting from what, in your perspective, are the main challenges regarding energy efficiency, and what is needed for it to actually happen and evolve at scale? Now we are talking about some stepwise developments, but we actually need a lot of replication and upscaling of these solutions. So could you please provide some insights? Maybe I'll start with Ruba. Is that okay? Don't think it's. I have to switch it on. If there's a button, yeah.
Thank you for having me. From our perspective, I guess the number one challenge for implementing energy efficiency, especially in industry, is having the budget to do that, having the finance, having the resources to do that. And I guess the industry sector needs to be more aware about what will they achieve if they implement such solutions. The initial capital investment for doing that is relatively high, and they want to have like a feasibility study to know that those solutions will pay back in due time. So I guess having the full picture from the start is what not having the full picture from the first is what hinders going into those solutions. In our NDCs, for example, we have considered having those solutions within our NDCs because they have a very good impact on emission reduction, and we do have them in our investment plans. We try to convince our industrial sector to have like a baseline or to have a database that inform the sector about what they will achieve when they will invest in those solutions. So I guess number one is having the financial resources problem and being aware of the benefits on the long run. They are not aware of that, so they need maybe to be put forward clearly for the environment, for the industrial sector. Mostly our industrial sector, as maybe in all the world, it's private sector. So they tend to calculate it 1 + 1 what it costs. So they need to be informed well. They need to have a feasibility study. They need to know how they will be good for their finance on the long run.
Thank you, Ruba. And I have a feeling that we will talk about finance quite a bit in this panel. Thank you for your insights. Maybe over to you, Steve. What do you see as main challenges for energy efficiency to upscale and replicate and really make a difference?
Finance. Yeah, absolutely. I want to touch on one part of that, though. The IEA every year when they publish the status of energy efficiency for the world, they invariably say we need to triple investments. Now, I saw a speaker from the World Bank before COVID, and he said that number is probably too conservative. It might be as high as 9 or 10 times. He says, but put that aside for a minute. If it's 3, 9, or 10, he said the most troubling issue to him, and I agree, is that less than 1% of that inefficient pot of money goes to capacity building and technical assistance. There are no energy efficiency projects if you don't do the upfront work to create an enabling environment, to have the data, to do the energy savings modeling. It's difficult to find the financing for that. So I think that is a significant barrier. You also said awareness. We've been talking about energy efficiency now for decades, and we're still not moving the needle enough. So we have to be honest with ourselves and say that perhaps the narrative isn't right. So through mission efficiency, we're looking to, change the narrative, but we've also come to realize that there isn't one narrative on energy efficiency. You mentioned industry. We have to tailor the message for each and every sector and to present it in terms that will resonate and be a value creator for those various sectors. Um, Alongside that, the value will be different. For some people, it will be purely energy savings and profitability. For some, it will be CO2 reduction. For some, it will be energy security. There's the International Energy Agency has done a fantastic job, and they call it the energy efficiency benefits flower. And there's probably 20 different areas where they say you're getting direct or secondary benefit from investing in energy efficiency. So finance and awareness.
Thank you, Steve. What about policy and regulation? You were actually one of the associated members of United for Efficiency that Ruth mentioned before. How do you see policy in this landscape? Is it critical?
Policy is critical. We need to have minimum energy performance standards or MEPS in place. Um, they are largely absent in the non-OECD countries, so that's a problem. But it goes back to, I believe, awareness and financing as to why the policy uptake isn't as high as it should be. Exactly. There's the first cost of is a barrier. The efficient products still typically cost more than the less efficient ones. So you're going into a developing world country and asking them to put a standard in place that is going to put a cost burden on their citizens. The life cycle argument is there, but you can't get away from the first cost. So again, it becomes a financing issue.
What about you, Justine? Can you give some insights on what do you see as the main challenges around energy efficiency upscaling?
Yeah. In addition to, sorry, can I use your microphone?
No, but yeah, you can't use. It's not working.
Can you hear me?
No, it's better to use the other microphone. Yeah.
Okay, yes. In addition to what my fellow panelists have noted, in the context of the East African community and the South African development community, our populations are growing quite rapidly. I think one of the highest population growth rates in the world, youngest populations, and we are seeing a very high demand for cooling products, energy appliances, but especially cooling because of the growing temperatures. I grew up not using air conditioning, but now I can't even be in a room without it. And we're seeing, there's a high demand for cooling appliances. And, what we are seeing is our regulatory environment is very poor across these regions. We are seeing importation of products that to an extent are substandard, but we don't have any enforcement or regulation to follow through and ensure that we have quality products on the market. So I like that we are approaching it as an East African and South African SADC community to ensure that what is bringing in is actually addressed, coming into the country is addressed from the borders. As someone else also rightly said, again, in the regulatory environment, we enforced, programs such as energy audits, but because within industries, but because of lack of a regulatory environment, you find even industries are reluctant to take it on. But even the technical skill that, trained certified energy auditors to actually help these industries actually transition to efficient, cooling and even heating appliances, is grossly lacking. So once we address that, and again, with the right regulatory environment to, provide a push and demand for these highly efficient programs, we can achieve high results, maybe not to overstall. In Uganda, we implemented a program that looked at switching from incandescent bulbs to LEDs, and we realized a 40 megawatt energy saving. So this is electricity that was going to waste, and what we saw, governments realized a saving in money rather than waste electricity. So with such programs, I think communicating that can actually help drive and enable us to put policy into action. Thank you.
Well, that was really good. Thank you very much, Justine. I mean, Pierre, from your perspective, from the private sector perspective and the market perspective, how you see the challenges? Did the fellow speakers cover all the issues? Are we missing something? How do you see that?
Well, as far as barriers, there's many. I hope the next question is going to be about solutions, but we'll start about talking about barriers. If we compare energy efficiency to solar panels, and the comparison is quite interesting, we have a product which is more difficult to understand than solar panels. They're obvious, they know what it is. We have an issue about business models. Well, we try to implement energy efficiency compared to solar panels. Well, you essentially have a meter and then you measure it, and this is it. So there's many barriers. I agree with everything that has been said about knowledge, about access to financing, about risk involved, like a solar panel, risk involved are almost none. If you think about energy efficiency, people will ask questions about all these risks. And there's one as well about, we talk about financing, but it's also about prioritization. And when you look at private sector, if we want to do a deep retrofit, because we're not talking only about 1 year payback, 2 year payback, even those are not done. But if you think about deep retrofit, you have to go further down. And it's likely never going to be a priority to anyone who's an investor if they're able to have better returns on anything else. And I'm not comparing energy efficiency to renewables now. I'm comparing energy efficiency to any kind of investment you have in an organization, even at a household level. Will you invest in replacing your air conditioner, or you want to take a trip with your kids somewhere else. Well, the prioritization is always going to be an issue. And that's what when we'll talk about ESCOs and regulations and all that, we have to address all the barriers, not just one. So we talk about financing, we're managing an energy efficiency funds in many countries. They're not as successful all the time as they should be because we're only addressing the financing. So if you want a project to be successful at government level, private sector level, even household level, you need to address all these barriers that unfortunately in our market are way bigger and way more complex than if you think about renewable. And I was at the mission efficiency meeting this morning, and they said, well, we have to fight as well the fact that energy efficiency has to come prior to renewable. You make things efficient and then you provide the electricity out a clean way. But it's still a fight because renewable is easier to understand, easier to measure, less risk, more visible. So people go more likely to renewables, solar panel, then they go to energy efficiency. But we know it should not be the case. You have to be more efficient first. So we have to address all these barriers at once through regulations, through finance, through awareness, through prioritization, through fiscal incentive, through a lot of things to actually make these projects happen.
Wow, no pressure. Well, thank you, Pierre. You mentioned in the one word ESCOs. It's kind of a jargon of the people that work on energy efficiency. For the ones less knowledgeable about it, can you please in 2 sentences explain what are ESCOs about and why
Okay.
they're important?
Yeah, we think about challenges in 2 sentences. Well, I'll try to do it in a little bit
Yeah.
more than 2 sentences.
It's okay.
Well, an ESCO is an energy service company. What it does is essentially work through an energy performance scheme, what we call an energy performance contract, an EPC. What it does essentially, and the offering they have to their client is, I will identify, implement, and guarantee somehow the result of the project for you, for your benefit. So you don't have to worry about awareness, you don't have to worry about knowledge, you don't have to worry about prioritization and everything. I'll do everything for you. Some models within the energy efficiency into the ESCO model will also say, and I'm going to finance it on your behalf, and I'm going to be paid only out of the savings. So having said that, most people hearing that for the first time, they will say, too good to be true. And that's the normal sentence. Too good to be true. It doesn't cost me anything. You don't have to worry about anything. It's going to be guaranteed. I don't have to put money in. I'm going to receive a check early on because it's shared savings. So the model of ESCO has been there for 40 years, 50 years. Actually, Ecolair, my company, was the first ESCO in Canada and the first one in the world almost in 1981. That model exists in a lot of countries, but it's not developing as fast for a lot of reasons that we can discuss. But it's one of the solutions to accelerate the deployment of energy efficiency in different markets. And I would say public sector, private sector and industrial, commercial, multi-residential. Does not apply as well with the tiny projects, to the very small ones at the residential level, probably not the mechanism that as well. But for all other markets, it's one of the tools that accelerate the deployment of energy efficiency.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Jump
Steve.
in really, really quick on that. What I said earlier about that upfront work, the capacity building and technical assistance funding, his model doesn't work without it. That's the point that we're trying to make. He needs to have a real understanding and guarantee on the energy savings, or the profitability model for the ESCO doesn't exist.
Yeah. And I would add, Steve, just to complete, it's capacity building on the client side because they have to be aware of what we're talking about, but it's capacity building on the provider side as well. So a lot of the work we're doing is creating the capacities for ESCOs to exist. So in many southern countries, that concept is very well developed in Europe, in North America, in China, which is the biggest market of the world. But in many countries that are emerging, in the countries of the South, even capacity building at the commercial base, the people who could offer that service to others, is essential. Creating an ESCO is not so easy. It's simple in a 2 sentence, the model, but when you apply it, it might be a little bit more complex.
Thank you. And Ruba, what's the situation in Jordan around ESCOs? Are they possible? Are there ESCOs? Are they working?
We at the Royal Scientific Society, we provide the service of maybe providing capacity building for the service providers. That is the ESCOs, and for the other part, that is the one who wants the service, the industrial sector. So we tend to have the industrial sector and the what we call it, the plants, factories, aware of the saving and what they will achieve out of it. And then we have the training and capacity building for the ESCOs and for the energy service companies. We have in Jordan also, we have been starting on renewables a lot. We have a booming renewable energy. What we call it? We have a renewable energy all over. Then we decided as a government that we have to target the energy efficiency. It will be better, even financially better and easier. It costs less but it was easier for at the initial times for because we can measure how much it cost us and how much it will reduce the CO2. Okay, then we have now in our energy strategy we have a target that we want to energy efficiency reduce and we want to increase energy efficiency in all sector by 10%. It is stated on our national policy or our national energy. Then there was a need generated by this policy that we should have the service providers or the ESCOs, we call it. So at that time, we had the Ministry of Energy created a regulation for having those ESCOs. There in this regulation, there's a detailed description of what is the ESCOs, what it can provide, what is the capacity of these ESCOs, what equipment they should have even. And we started as NGO having training for those companies.
And how do you see it getting traction in Jordan? Is it actually moving forward?
It is because young engineers, for example, they want to have those ESCOs and they want to be certified by the government. We solved the financial part. We have under our Ministry of Energy, JERIF. It's Jordan Renewable Energy Efficiency Fund. It is under the umbrella of the ministry, and it provides financial support for the ESCOs and for the industrial sector that wants to have energy efficiency or renewable energy. So we have a scheme under this JERIF fund. It states that they can sponsor 50% of your energy audit or your energy measures that you want to implement, and they can finance it for you. 50%, which is very good. So it encourages the industrial sector as well as the ESCOs to be involved within this scheme. So we have the regulation motivated the demand on the energy efficiency and on the companies providing this energy efficiency service. So it is a cycle, by the way. Everything that pushes the other thing. So if you have finance, then you can do capacity building. You can make or not make, convince the industrial sector to be more aware of the efficiency and to invest in measures of EE.
It reminds me of a discussion we had before just started this event about the first initial dollars that we need. I cannot remember which of you, maybe Pierre, that we actually need this first advance payments and how hard it is to come up with that in new projects.
Yeah, well, the huge innovation in energy performance contracting is what we call the super ESCOs. So the super ESCOs are not better, they're not superior, they're essentially a different model, which is essentially providing the financing. You know, one of the barrier that Steve was talking about is the access to funding. So in every corporation, every household, every business, even governments, the challenge is always accessing the money. There's some money, but why should it go to energy efficiency and why should it go to something else? And obviously energy efficiency, no business in the morning wakes up and say, my mission is to become more efficient. They want to sell more product. They want to do a lot of things. I'll just give you an anecdote. We are doing a project in Canada for IBM. Well, you would say IBM money is no issue. When we got there, they had a project of 2.5 year payback. They never did it because, on a corporate basis, internationally, IBM does not invest in anything which has less than 50% return on investment. Period. Energy efficiency or any other things. So the Super ESCO scheme is essentially a scheme that eliminates that need for early money because it's provide all the financing. We'll develop the project, we'll implement it, and we will bill you based on the savings, but there's no money up front. So we eliminate this, and the Super ESCO scheme is one that is starting to be developed. We talked about India, but there is one in Dubai here. There's one in Abu Dhabi. There's one in Saudi Arabia. We're operating one in Canada and in France, and there's one currently in Morocco. So there's not that many, but the concept is investors will come and will invest in energy efficiency project through these vehicles, eliminating the need for early cost. No need for early cost. So you come and you say, you can do the project. So coming back to IBM, well, we proposed something out of a 15-year contract, and we implemented a $14 million project. We didn't have the money for $3 million early on, and we decarbonized the whole place 100% without having them to spend a dime. Actually, we're paying them to do that because they will get 15% of the savings. So there's the other model, which is a guaranteed savings. That is the one that is most known, which you implement, you get paid, and you guarantee it. It's a very good model, but it does not address the financing one. Till you have to come up with the money. So a guaranteed savings scheme in the case of IBM would not have worked. So more and more funds around the world want to go into energy efficiency, but they cannot go in at a very small project level. These funds have tickets of 10 million, 15, 20, 30, 50 million. They cannot go and find one project. So they go through vehicles, and these vehicles essentially bundles these projects. And we're able to eliminate that need to access financing.
I'm sorry, Pierre, the Super ESCO model sounds too good to be true.
I know.
You do this through projects, EU projects. It is initially for resource efficiency, and it's for climate change emission reduction. But we can do a lot to our factories through those projects or programs.
Yeah, indeed.
So it's good.
Yeah. I would like now to move back to Justine and know what's going on in Uganda. I know that you've been working quite hard on some cooling projects. Can you describe as well what is happening there and how it's moving on?
Thank you. Uganda, and as well as other countries within the East African community and SADC, has received support from the UN Environment Program to implement a United for Efficiency initiative. United for Efficiency initiative, which actually aims at implementing minimum energy performance standards, recognizing that you have a flow of electrical appliances from SADC into the ESC and across. So addressing and having uniform MEPs can actually help address the issue of quality. And indeed, the program is working on developing MEPs for cooling appliances and air conditioning appliances. However, to take that a notch further, in Uganda, we are developing we have our energy efficiency and conservation bill, which is before Parliament. Sorry, that's before Cabinet, that is actually aiming at establishing the right, legal framework for these appliances. So we appreciate the support that has been given to us, and we believe such programs will actually help address the issue of quality, which is a big issue, and also create awareness, because it's bringing in labels on MEPs, looking at quality. So once a consumer is acquiring an appliance, they are able to see the quality that they are getting, and indeed we can, address that issue as the products are coming into the country. Thank you.
Well, quality is actually one of the critical elements. Thank you for raising that as well. So I think we are coming to a close, but nevertheless, I would like to give the opportunity for a last message that you would like to share from your perspective.
Well,
maybe we start with Pierre. I see that you have something in your hand.
Yeah, well, as far as the ESCO's concept, it seems to be true. It's something that's developed quite a lot. There's a lot of knowledge about it. So with the support of the UN, I've joined what we call the Global ESCO Network. It's essentially an organization that is the only international organization that provides the best practices for energy performance contracting. We work with ISCO associations around the world, and we work with any stakeholders who are interested in the topic. So we have free publication on the website. We have a lot of information about how it works, references about countries. And our latest publication, and Sarmin gave me that. Sarmin is my co-chair, so we're working on this together, is essentially regulatory barriers for energy service companies. So the private sector can do that, but as well, we need the government to enable these ESCOs to develop. So you're welcome to just come and pick it up or scan it or whatever. So it's a free document, but it's really for policymakers who are looking to help grow that concept in a country or start it up. So it's an interesting document. We have a lot of free webinars, almost one every month, covering what's happening on the ESCO world around the world, actually. So you're welcome to join in, and hopefully you'll know more about energy performance contract and ESCO through that network.
Thank you, Pierre. So if you are curious, you can Google Global ESCO Network, and for sure you'll find that. Over to you, Pierre. Final words.
Yeah. Is this working? Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
it is.
We're going to keep talking about financing. I'm sorry. So through the Mission Efficiency Platform, and I invite you to visit missionefficiency.org, we've developed a collaborative effort platform for the global finance and energy efficiency communities to come together with a recognition that we need to do more. We're probably not developing projects in bankable finance experts. So that group is trying to, to get past that impasse. And then one of the things that we're looking at, and this is very early days, but I'm excited about it. Don't even know if it's going to work, but the capacity building and technical assistance. Is there an opportunity for philanthropy, for foundational funds to come in and provide the funding for that work? What we're doing is mapping the goals of the various foundations in the countries where we want to operate, looking at their mission, and then you get the co-benefits of energy efficiency. So the model will be, are you willing to fund this capacity building, this technical assistance, the data modeling, et cetera, knowing that that action in and of itself will not provide an impact on your mission, but it will lead to a bigger project that will impact your mission. So tomorrow we have a meeting with some of the foundations to start to socialize this idea.
Great. So missionefficiency.org, another website you can check in. Ruba, last words, and then just
maybe I can add to the capacity building is having the information or the data to give it to the stakeholders to make them know more about the efficiency value as money. Equals money to tell them, because they are private sector after all, so they are after benefit, so we can make this efficiency numbers into money. So this is crucial in our world.
Thank you, Ruba. And last but not least, younger generation, give us some hope to close this session.
Well, I guess the easy, coming from government, starting with regulation, it's very important, and we really appreciate the support of UNEP, and we actually implore you to, give us more support in terms of building technical capacity, as has been stated, and also supporting, and that is for government as well, because in the past it was increasing electricity generation. Now, how can we ensure that the increased per capita consumption of electricity is being done with maximum efficiency of electricity? And also how can we ensure that the companies that we have not only have the technical skill but also the ability to absorb finances. In our country it's different, whereas even the few finances that are available, these companies do not have the capacity to absorb, because they cannot even perform to the scale that would require of them. So we require that support, but also the quality assurance. How can you support us to ensure that we have, well-labeled appliances in the country, so that any layperson can be able to translate and identify a high-quality appliance? So we really appreciate the support, both international and also local, and we ask you to come more and support us, hold us by the hand, so that we can enforce these programs. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I think we did a reasonably good job and as an elevator pitch for energy efficiency upscale. So a big round of applause to our speakers today. Thank you very much for joining you. If you are curious and to continue to hear more about ESCOs and greening procurement, we are, both my colleague Soren and I, we are moving to the UNOPS Pavilion to continue to talk about this subject. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I ask everyone who's joining the session to please try and move up front? And can I also request all of our speakers to join us on stage? We'll start in a minute or two. Good afternoon, everyone. I think in the recent history of COP, I think we're making history today by actually starting something ahead of the timeline. And I'd like to extend a very warm welcome and thank you to all of you for being here and participating in this session on a very timely subject in the home state of this technology, if I can say so. It's on district cooling, and we want to see how it can really try and support delivering a net zero energy future and supporting urban heat resilience. This session today has been organized by the United Nations Environment Program, the United Nations Environment Program-led Cool Coalition, as well as TABREED. And what we want to focus on here today is really from the perspective of cities and the growing temperature rise that we're seeing in areas that the most vulnerable population actually lives in. It's really fulfilling to see and note how, as we speak over here in the green zone, there's an ongoing parallel symposium dedicated to this critical subject area of district cooling, where you'll see the representation across companies, across policymakers, and really change makers who have proven that as a technology, it works in a commercially viable area, but for us to really take it to scale, we need actors to come together, reflect on the lessons that we've learned over the last 10 to 15 years, and really think about, using it as a technology that can take us into a net zero energy future. Um, and with that, I'd like to just shortly introduce to you how we're going to run this. We're going to hear opening remarks, and then we move into a panel discussion. We'll have some time for questions, and then we'll see a wrap up. So without further ado, I'd actually like to call on Jerome, who is coordinator of the NDC Action Program of the Global Climate Actions Unit in the Energy and Climate branch of UNEP. So Jerome, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for bearing with my notes reading, because I've been asked to come and help with colleagues whom I work with very closely, the door next to my office, so I know their work quite well. And in the NDC action world and support that I'm managing, we are also pleased for some countries to support the sectors related to cooling. As a matter of fact, one of the countries has selected the urban cooling as one of the sectors. This is Vietnam, one of the 10 partner countries of our project, which I manage, when it is very interesting to see and be here to talk. But I'm not here to make speeches about my project, but rather than to keep focus on this event today and in this very important day. First of all, I'm going to state the obvious. Warming is becoming increasingly felt. So cooling is not anymore a necessity. I mean, that's obvious. Sometimes even in cities like where I'm coming from in France, we thought cooling would be a luxury, but it's getting less and less so. And what is also very important to notice is that cities in particular are very vulnerable, but the rising temperature in cities because of the heat island effect is much more felt. So district cooling as a way of safe cooling will be a very important response to this growing necessity. When we talk about numbers, but I won't go into too many of those, we have estimated that the cooling capacity might be tripled by 2050, which might represent a doubling of power demand. So that's a very important thing on the basically on the electricity grid when we talk about things that are outside of district cooling. So that's one of the advantages also of looking at district cooling as a interesting area to focus on more and more. And potentially a tripling of emissions, depending on the kind of refrigerants we're using. Again, something that can be related to the district cooling and the benefit it can bring. The other thing that I wanted to highlight here is that cooling is actually something that is can bring a lot of injustice, because people who are poor people can be very much affected because they don't have access to cooling. And sometimes they live nearby people who have access to cooling, and they even suffer more because they get the exhaust emissions from buildings that are very fresh, but they live outside and they don't in cities that are getting warmer and warmer. So that's also something that with this dimension. The other thing that I wanted to highlight here is that it's what we have been doing so far is way not enough. I mean, there is a lot of things that needs to be done, and a very sharp acceleration of the efforts. So that's why the COP28 presidency has put the cooling as a big item on their climate on their action agenda. And the global cooling pledge is what will be the answer to this as a rallying, I would say, initiative to get things moving much faster. It will be announced this evening at an event, so please stay tuned and also join this announcement. This will be very important. One of the things that will be, I guess, to be highlighted with this global cooling pledge beyond the world is to try to have some big, I would say, or larger cross-cutting commitments from the different countries who join this pledge to accelerate passive cooling, which is a very important part of a solution, higher efficiency standards for the cooling, and faster action on HFC refrigerants, and a greater action to access to cooling for people who don't have access to it, which have implications on their health in particular, but also on the quality of the food that people can have access to, among other factors. Why district cooling is such an interesting solution within the global cooling pledge? First of all, because you can reduce emissions by using district cooling systems by up to 50% because of a kind of a system that are in place. When you do district cooling, when you do more and more of it, you also are helping with building resilience of a power grid. It's less I would say, solicited. It's also a very good way of reducing heat island effect because of the you're not expelling hot air from the buildings with regular air conditioning systems. And it's also more affordable. That's a very important aspect. Finally, I would say that it's also a way to, easier way to, for allowing to the connection with large-scale renewables. So I think that's something very important to notice. Finally, and that's something I mentioned before, is that it's a very good technology and way for phasing out refrigerants that are HFC and use instead climate-friendly options, which is a very interesting benefit. What I would like to say basically at this point is just to invite all of you to continue with these big efforts, to thank some of the partners that have been really showing extremely strong commitment to this. I mean, we have some countries represented and also private sector and other institutions. I would mention the IDEA, TABRID, IFC, and countries like India and Colombia. So thank you very much. We have a platform called the Cool Coalition, so that's a good platform to continue the efforts. And as I said before, there is a renewed ambition that can be achieved through the Global Cooling Pledge. In 2024, just to give you a forward looking of what my colleagues will be really focusing on, we'll be supporting the convening of this sector with all the different partners. So this is something that will continue, of course, full-fledged, sharing knowledge, but also exploring with the IFC a new cooling financing and technical assistance facility, which will include district coolings. So that's something that you might want to stay tuned. Lastly, I welcome everyone to join the Cooling Pledge. That's also the Cool Coalition, and support the COP presidency in the Global Cooling Pledge, and wish you a successful panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jerome. I'd like to take a really quick minute to introduce the panel that we have for you today. We're very, very grateful to be joined by Mr. Khalid Marzouki, who is the CEO of Tabreed. We also have Mr. Satish Kumar, who is the CEO of an Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy, joining us. We also have Mr. Mauricio Galvan Gomez, who is a specialized professional at the Ministry of Environment of Colombia, and definitely not the least. We have with us Ms. Die Nguyen Van Hoot, who is a senior manager at the Climate Business Department of IFC. And your moderator for this session is going to be Mr. Sudhir Perla, who is managing director of Tabreed Asia. Please.
I think with such an awesome panel out here, it shouldn't be too hard to moderate and get the right inputs out from them. Again, impromptu, last 5 minutes, I was told that I should be moderating this. So I'm going to try my best to make sure that I can moderate this well. So what I'll do without any further ado is start with maybe Khalid. So we've just heard how district cooling is a critical climate solution for cities. You've been developing projects both in the GCC as well as globally. What are the key learnings as a private sector player that you would actually throw some light on, Khalid, in terms of the challenges in new markets beyond UAE, and also what are the Breed's plans in general to take district cooling across the world?
So initially was to open eyes on the benefits of district cooling, but apparently from what I heard these last 2 days and today, that everybody's bought on the idea that district cooling is the way forward. It's the energy efficiencies and all that. So the step will be, how do we deploy this now? We know that this is the way forward. It's got its benefits. I don't have to go through those details of that one. It's the policies that helps or enhances or paves the way to deploy those district cooling in countries, whether it's in UAE or developing countries. I believe one of the ideas, one of the main aspects from our experience, I mean, Sudhir has been working with us in Tabreed Asia and been in the Indian market for a while now, is to reach the critical mass. So in order to have enough critical mass or tonnage to deploy district cooling. And from our experience, we noticed that the private sector will be the best partner to work with closely in that one. So I think the combination of the right partnership, the size, the availability of a new development, which is a lot easier deploying district cooling when it's in the master planning stage, because it really cuts down on the price of the cutting the ground and getting all the roads disturbed and everything. And the third will be the most important are the regulations. The governments, the policymakers, regulators have to be bought into the idea that this is the best way forward. Now let's backtrack and see how can we make this work in a way that is, of course, the ultimate goal is to have an efficient cooling that is 50% more energy efficient, but at the same time has to be commercially viable for the private sector in order for them to deploy, because this is a large sum of capital that's deployed, and there's a guarantee from the private sector or the providers of district cooling. As we say in Tabreed, we are district cooling investors. I mean, we invest by providing chilled water, and that's how the business model works. So I think this is from our experience, been in India for what, 5 years now? That's right. 5 years, and been in Egypt for 2-3 years. So they're two different markets than our local market here. And I think that's maybe the summary of all what we learned.
Sure. Thanks, Khalid. So I think the takeaways I get essentially is having an enabling environment, of course. Once the enabling environment, and with the right private sector partners, that can create the right ground for district cooling. Right. Great. Maybe let's move on to the other end of the world, to Colombia, to Mr. Mauricio. I think in the Latin American world, Colombia has actually, in fact, been taking the lead in terms of really looking at district cooling more actively. And you also got a couple of projects that have been lined up. So could you maybe give a bit of and throw some insights on the government's role, especially and in countries like Latin America, to enable the district cooling market?
Thank you. And I'm glad to be here on behalf of Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, mm, Minister Susana Muhammad. Our nationally determined contribution, NDC, has the well, which was consigned at the COP26 held in Glasgow, mm, has the greatest solution or commitment to guarantee thermal comfort to its citizens. And in in this way, it's the promoting of thermal district um, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 51% at 2030 with respect to the trend scenario. Yeah. And we hope to reduce about 20,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Yeah. Um, Colombia at present has thermal districts operating at cities such Cartagena, Monteria, Medellin successfully. Yeah. Um, there is another project in preliminary phases, about 21. Yeah. Then the government of Colombia has this technology as a priority for guarantee the thermal comfort to its citizens, okay, as a efficient and sustainable solution of cooling.
Great, thanks for that. And I think, I mean, looking forward to seeing a lot more projects take off in Colombia, because there is a lot of potential. And like you said, the country is taking a lot of initiative in making sure that district cooling can be planned. And that's promising to actually hear that, right? So moving on to, again, India. Satish, we work quite closely as well together. And so, of course, I mean, the Indian economy is booming, real estate sector is growing. Global South, like all other countries, increasing heat waves, and the need for cooling is rapidly growing. So, what do you see as the role of the government and the challenges specifically in a country like India to scale up something like district cooling?
So first of all, thanks, Sudhir. Thanks, UNEP, for the invitation, and thanks to the Breathe for being an EEE member. We work closely, as you said. Uh, I would say that I mean, it goes without saying that India is in a perfect cooling storm. I think because of the climate, because of the large population, I quote this number of 3,000 trillion person cooling degree days, which is like 4 times the size of China, 5 times the size of US. I mean, in terms of the cooling requirement. So clearly, and we need all kinds of cooling solution. District cooling, Jerome mentioned, I think, what are some of the benefits. But I would also say that waste to energy, managing the electricity demand that is going to come because of, I think, the increasing cooling requirements. I think refrigerant management, all these things are very, very important. And I think in terms of India being like a large district cooling market, I do feel that there is some ground proofing exercise that is happening right now to pave the way for the businesses to come and step in, and I think you do the implementation part. As Mr. Khalid mentioned, that it has to be commercially viable for any technology to make dent. So I think a couple of things that I want to mention here, that under the Indo-German program, there is an e-cool project, which is being run under the Ministry of Power and Bureau of Energy Efficiency. UNEP is also part of that project management unit. And considering that, I think UNEP has also worked a lot on the district cooling system. So we are all trying to do some of the basic building blocks. So I will maybe narrate a few things there. So first of all is that there is some information asymmetry in terms of, I'm not talking about the technical, that is something that a company like Tabri or like ASHRAE guidelines can fix. But in terms of like, how do you put the pieces in place? What is the role of a cooling utility? How do you determine tariffs? How do you treat taxes so that I think it doesn't get imposed twice? I mean, some of the things that I think Itabreed has been asking, and I think we have been putting this into our kind of the guideline that Government of India launched at the Clean Energy Ministerial. So I think these are some of the elements that need to be there. I would also say that in terms of what we are seeing, that when we are going to say National Building Construction Company or the Central Public Works Department, which is doing these mega projects and which are really ripe in terms of a technology like district cooling, because you are talking about thousands of refrigerant tons of demand, and where there is a hybrid system in terms of the commercial and residential, where the same equipment can be used, I think, with better utilization rates. So some of these companies are saying that uh, government has not told us that district cooling is an approved technology that we should be looking at, as opposed to like a central plant cooling system. So a lot of these pieces are getting put in place. I think we have seen the Pharma City, and congratulations to Tabreed for winning that agreement. We would like to see more of that, I think, happening in India. And so we feel that you mentioned the public sector, the private sector, and then the civil society organizations, entities like AEEE and UNEP and others. We just need to come together and push this technology, which is very, very timely, cost effective, environmental friendly. I think all of the good things, so that I think India can address its cooling demand in a more sustainable manner.
Sure. Thanks for that, Satish. And I agree with you. I think the big challenge is the awareness and the information asymmetry, which is kind of preventing this. It's a chicken and egg, right? I mean, on one hand, you need to have players out there who can actually offer a cooling utility model. On the other hand, without players also being out there, you really can't have projects take off on the ground. So I think understand that. So moving on to IFC. I mean, IFC, Ms. Deb. Of course, you've played a pivotal role just generally in the energy transition, whether in terms of creating markets, creating energy markets. And I think, I mean, cooling as well is another extremely important focus area for IFC. So what do you see as your role of IFC and also the commercial banks in terms of being able to unlock markets for climate solutions like district cooling? And what has IFC's role also been in this? Maybe you can just throw a bit of light on that.
Thank you. As you say, we are in the business of creating markets and of crowding in private investment. Our job as a development finance institution, and we are the biggest global development finance institution in the world, and we facilitate private sector investment. We do indeed open up markets. So, for example, we discovered a long time ago that we need to solve this cooling issue. The built environment is expected to double by 2060. And right now, as UNEP has discovered, there are a billion people, more than a billion people in the world without cooling solutions, and almost 3 billion people with very inefficient cooling. If we just help them solve problems, that would help save so much energy. And so as we discovered that, we figured out that we need to be part of the solution. And being part of the solution means we need to help governments set policy in the building codes, provide incentives in the government policy for developers and homeowners to want to support district cooling. And we also set standards. And those standards are also, we try to align standards across countries, And there we work closely with UNEP as well, and also share the knowledge. We have a knowledge sharing role and a capacity development role. And of course, we bring in the financing. So we actually established a partnership with Tabrid, with Khaled here a couple of years ago to finance cooling solutions. We're starting in Asia, India being our biggest market, but Vietnam, Philippines, and Thailand are some of the other East Asian countries, and we expect to expand this. Excuse me, expand this across the world. We've taken an investment in Tabrid, and we will take the partnership around the world. Excuse me. Um, and part of and one of our most successful programs in terms of standardization, and that illustrates the methodology that we use to invest and to share knowledge and to build capacity and standards, is illustrated in our Edge Green Buildings program. Edge is about improving energy efficiency, water efficiency, and lowering carbon emissions.
Right.
And through building with lower carbon building materials. And the IFC's role there was to set a standard, work with partners around the world to define standards, define metrics, implement that in an automated system that's online, that's open to everyone around the world. That's basically a public good. And it's an automated system that incorporates reliable data systems, but also collects data. So to enable continuous learning. And from that continuous learning, thank you so much, Amit. From that continuous learning, we we can help advise governments on policies to incentivize green building, and as we implement Edge, as we build capacity. By the way, we also partner with universities and building associations, contractor associations around the world to help us implement Edge, collect data on Edge, and continuously improve Edge. And as you know, we started Edge in rolling out Edge in 2015, and 8 years later, it's being implemented in almost 200 countries, and certifications completed in over 100 countries. Wow. And with the Edge certification, and this is the advantage of working with a DFI such as IFC, with the Edge certification, um, and Edge being recognized in the green financing framework. So, for example, green bonds and green loans, the assets that are certified with Edge then get access to green financing. So homeowners get access to green mortgages, and developers and contractors get access to green construction loans. So that describes the our methodology from concept to implementation, setting standards, implementing the standards, having systems to implement them, and then connecting with both the developers, the people who provide the technical solutions, and the financiers who provide financing to enable the investments.
Yeah, thanks. I think and personally as well, Edge is a fantastic tool. I think the thing is, being a non-architect, non-engineer, I love playing with it just to see how easy it is for anyone to actually. You kind of completely democratize the whole green building model to be able to just see what is the baseline design and how you can actually improve the green elements of a building. So it's actually a great tool. And you taking those steps to kind of link it across the value chain, to also link it with financing and opening up the green financing market for buildings, is actually a fantastic initiative of IFC. And I think,
And what I should have said is Edge also incorporates cooling solutions, both passive cooling designs to allow, and that's passive cooling is actually very efficient and very cheap, and it's actually really central to our designs, especially for affordable housing. And passive cooling basically allows cooling without machinery, without using energy.
yeah.
And of course, district cooling is part of our recommendations as well, especially for large developments and multi-use developments that could use district cooling efficiently.
That's right. Yeah, thanks. And so just sticking to the topic of passive cooling, maybe I'll just go to Mr. Mauricio again. So Colombia again is probably one of the leaders in terms of incorporating passive cooling into building design. Maybe can you give a bit more insights on what the vision is for the country and what is happening on the passive cooling space and how that fits into district cooling as well, maybe?
Yeah, thank you. Um, for the Ministry of Environmental and Sustainable Development of Colombia, um, the passive cooling must be the first priority.
Yeah.
And we when we are thinking about cooling, air conditioner or cooling, yeah, uh, and district cooling must be a solution or a complementary solution. No? The first that we must think about is passive cooling because, as Madam says, it's cheap, it's efficient, yeah. Uh, so we have it thinking as so. First, passive cooling. Second phase for say so, thermal district. See, and as a priority.
Yeah. I agree. First is avoid, and then once you can avoid, then aggregate, right? And going on to aggregating, maybe Khalid, just another question for you. So, of course, I think since this is a panel discussion on district cooling, we're talking about cooling primarily, but if you look at cooling within the overall context of energy demands for a city, right? And what other elements of the overall energy or resource use aspects within a city do you think district cooling can actually accelerate? And as the breathe itself, are we looking at alternative energy sources beyond just grid power, for example, to look at how cooling demand can be met?
Well, my wish is to be able to generate power. So if district cooling, if the regulations would allow, so maybe not in UAE, but let's say if markets would go outside, that district cooling is coupled with generation. The beauty of district cooling, because it's one of those utility that can be stored. Literally, we're storing chilled water. So if this is coupled with, let's say, solar, that's solar energy available during the daylight where you can actually charge up your thermal storage tanks because you're going to need cooling during night anyway. So literally a big chunk of that, photovoltaic or your solar energy has been stored in the form of chilled water. And that's the beauty of it when you couple them together. I'm a big believer of district, of campus energy. This is like when you have CHPs, providing cooling, heating, and energy at large campuses. So one of the USA is one of the leaders, and some places in Europe as well. But what I see, let's say for development countries, and that the regulations will allow district cooling providers to couple this with solar, which is the most obvious, or wind. So you have like a net zero almost cooling. I mean, that's the beauty of it because you're using an advantage in the district cooling because we have thermal storage tank. The latest what we tapped in is using geothermal. We just announced it. We commissioned our first geothermal cooling in the region, literally using geothermal heat to produce cooling with great efficiency. The cost is a bit high, which is a drilling site on the wells, but this, with time and with technology, with a lot of contractors coming in, it's going to drive it down. Maybe the formations here are too deep, but you go areas around the world which is much shallower for you to tap into geothermal. Now, being at a 1.3 million tons of production, literally makes us one of the largest in the world. I'm going to be sharing you a fun fact which I learned today. So we prevent around 1.5 million tons a year of CO2 compared regular one. But this is the fun fact. So last night we had a dinner with our major partners, Mubadala, and there was this company in Finland that do carbon abatement or sequestering. Literally, you pay them in order for them to capture CO2 from the atmosphere, and they just put it in one of the formations. You know how much they charge per a ton? It's $800 a ton. And he say, if you engage with me in a 15-year deal, I can do it for you for 500. So when I equate my 1.5 million tons into his money, that's more than my whole company revenue. I mean, I would be better off getting carbon abatement credit. So it just tells you, because there are some companies that really cannot go to net zero carbon unless they engage with these companies. So see how much money it's required in order just to sequester CO2 by capturing it. Uh, Previously, people used to plant forests and jungles and that, but still, that's a lengthier process as opposed to this one. So people actually making money out of this one, turn it. While this one is such a low-hanging fruit, it's just adopted, and you're there. Literally, you are consuming energy that's good enough for the double amount of cooling you need right today. So it's the math is very simple as this one. So
Right. Yeah. Thanks. I think.
I hope you
Well,
guys like the fun fact. I like that part actually. It's very expensive.
yeah. Very insightful insights. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
I have another fun fact to tell you, and Omid here needs to help me calculate it. But I think avoiding 1.5 million tons of CO2 is also equivalent to what, roughly 280,000 cars off the road?
Wow.
That's another fun fact. So,
Great. Great.
25 years, we have prevented equivalent to 1.1 million cars. Literally half the cars in
In
UAE.
UAE. Excellent.
This is
Wow.
in the last 25 years.
I mean, I'd love to hear more of that, Khalid, but I think I'm just conscious of time. So I'll just go on to Satish. Maybe just one other quick question before opening up to the audience for any questions as well, maybe. Satish, India is looking, from a policy standpoint, is looking more and more actively at cooling. Of course, the India Cooling Action Plan came out in 2019. Like you mentioned, the district cooling guidelines were announced earlier this year. Where do you see policy direction, and what do you see as the future of district cooling in India?
So I just want to pick up on some of the things and how that weaves into the Indian policy landscape. So one aspect that I see the Indian kind of like cooling ecosystem moving towards is a little bit more performance or metrics driven. And when we are talking about district cooling, one way is to look at kilowatt per ton, something that captures the efficiency. But the other thing is that how much square footage 1 ton of cooling can provide. So sometimes there is a rule of thumb. I think MEP consultants, they will use 200 to 50 square feet per ton.
Correct.
But there are examples where using some of the more efficient technologies, it can be pushed to 500, 750, 1,000 tons, 1,000 square feet per tons. And this is where, yeah, so I think we have done this work for Infosys,
That's right.
and they are using radiant cooling, and they are using 750 square feet per ton for tens of millions of square feet of space. So my point is that we have to combine the passive design techniques with the active cooling technology, something like, I think, a district cooling, which also allows you to manage the peak demand in a much more effective manner. You talked about the thermal energy storage system. So if you can create like ice slurry, or I think whatever that is there in non-peak times, and then use that to overcome, I think, the peak demand. So I think all these aspects are in play, whether we are looking at building energy codes, whether we are looking at cooling efficiency, whether we are looking at environmental impact of cooling and peak demand. And this is where I see district cooling playing an increasingly important role. And also, I think in terms of refrigerant management and better operation and maintenance of the central plant,
That's right.
I feel that, again, district cooling is much better positioned because you can have trained professional, you can design the piping short and fat, running in straight lines rather than narrow, crooked, I think, with acute angles. So a lot of, I think, positives I see can emerge out of it. And I think it's getting realized, but I think we need to translate some of these promise into actions. And that's what I think the policymakers are also looking to do. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks for that, Satish. I'm just conscious of time again. Deb, if it's okay, I'll probably open up the audience for questions, and then if there are no questions, then probably I have a few questions for you, Satish and Khalid as well. But yeah, any questions from the audience on what you've just heard? Yep. If you could just introduce yourself and then direct the question to one of the panel members, that would be great.
Okay, so I'm Batista from Spain. So I'm here with the Ministry of Energy of Spain. because with a passive cooling project. And we have a company also of district heating and cooling, because in Spain we have the both problems. And yeah, my question is about the planification of the planning of that districts. How you face the problem of not knowing the amount of cooling that you need in each house? How do you plan this with sensors, or simulating with tools, or with spreadsheets of Excel or something? What's the point? Because I think it's really hard to know it, to plan, and also to scale up the projects that you plan, because it's a project about 10 years, 20 years to implement it. So it changes a lot the demand. How it's the point, how to
Yeah.
manage this problem. Thank you.
Maybe Satish, we've spoken so much about data, the role of data in optimizing design. So maybe do you want to take this? And then Khalid as well. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But I think this is a very important question, because I think when you are talking about like any new development, I'm taking an example of new, like greenfield development as opposed to brownfield development. So this question, like, how do you size your district cooling system? Are you going to size it for 20,000 refrigerant tons, or are you going to size it for like 100,000 tons? And I think this is where I think the master planning, this is where I think what kind of development is going to happen over the next like 5 or 10 years, and what kind of assurance you can give to the companies like Tabri, who may come in and say that we want to be actually the provider of cooling. So this is, I think it's a collaborative challenge in my opinion. And again, I think in terms of what is the cooling efficiency that you are. So if the development is, say, for like starting with 500,000 square feet, but it is going to like 5 million square feet of space that will require cooling. So what is the efficiency at which you are doing? But what is the building envelope? I think what are the systems that are going to be used? What's the walling material? So I think it's an interconnected problem, in my opinion, but it also something that will affect the businesses, that will affect the financiers, I think, very, very closely. So this is sort of like my response.
Well, as rightly said, so if it's a greenfield, definitely it's a lot easier because literally you have a developer, so you got all the sizes, the capacities that you want to deploy, and the network. Because the critical item about this is sizing the correct network. The plants can be plugged in as you go. I mean, you assign spaces for them, allocate land for those. As you grow, you can increase the plants. So that means you don't deploy a huge capital on your rotating equipment for the future. But I think the answer in our case was a lot of trial and error, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's our journey in this quarter of a century. The codes for designing buildings changed a lot, drastically. A building that was built 15, 20 years ago is completely different than the ones everybody's going after, LEED and Pearl and all the others. So the more modern buildings is much more easier for us to capture. It's the trick is with the older buildings, because you have to look at the building side, the secondary side. That's another ball game, basically. So let's say it's a combination of calculations, engineering, a lot of know-how from our trial and error. We can assign a certain load with this one. Now, this is for the greenfields. Okay, the trickiest one is, of course, the brownfield. Now, this is retrofitting a building. So, are you retrofitting a building and taking up to a higher standard, or are you going to keep it as it used to be? It makes a big difference. So, you want to walk the whole 9 yards, or is going to stop in the middle? So, and of course, then you have all the connection you got to make for the network, and then you look at the viability of commercial viability. At the end of the day, it should be viable because there's a big picture, as we said. It's about energy efficiency. It's about reducing the CO2 emissions, all that stuff. So I can say both, a combination of two, the know-how and your engineering as well.
I can just add to what Khalid said. I think another thing, like we keep speaking about as well, Satish, is data, right? I mean, the thing is, unless you have historical data for a particular location in terms of what the consumption is, it sometimes might be hard for a district cooling player as well to inform a developer on what the loads can be. So it's the breathe. We've got 25 years of history, but of course, it's not as straightforward as basically saying that, I mean, this is what will apply elsewhere and so on. But yeah, thanks for that. Any other questions? Yes.
Another fun fact is, okay, data, we use it and we predict. Actually, they said 1.5 degrees this summer. We jumped up 3 degrees.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Exactly. It should be data
Like for
with,
like,
yep.
3 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, just go on, sir.
Hi, my name is John. I'm from Miami, Florida. I was wondering about the ability to retrofit, how easy it is, and if you did retrofit an area, like replacing central air, would the customer see something like an immediate effect? Would it be an easy sell?
I hope I can answer this question. The retrofitting of buildings is a very tough task. And we have Rob Trondon here from the IDA. And you know that in US, a lot of buildings have been retrofitted and they are ready to be plugged into district cooling. But this is something that if you don't have the infrastructure in the building to connect to district cooling, basically, if you don't have a chilled water system integrated in the building, it will be difficult to integrate it unless you make major transformation in the building. And we talk about civil works, we have pipes to install, etc., etc. So this is going hand to hand with the developer, with the owner associations, how they see short term or long term. Because the short term vision is I retrofit the buildings, I put less money as I can upfront, and I can survive. But then if you go on long run, you have to take into account the life cycle of the building and see that maybe major investment and retrofitting the buildings to be plugged in district cooling where this is applicable. Of course, this is the best way to think.
Thanks for that, Antonio. Any other questions? Since we are running out of time, so I just want to see how we can take this towards closure. Right. Okay. So since Rob, I had to step into your big shoes to moderate on your behalf, I'm going to let you be on the spot right now to give the final closing remarks and wrap up the session, if that's okay. Yeah.
That easy.
So my apologies. I was at the gate at 1:45, and I thought my letter would get me in, and I had to take a bus to a train to a plane and a long hike. And my sincere apologies for getting here right at the end. But my name is Rob Thornton. I'm the president and CEO of the International District Energy Association. It's a pleasure to be here. We've been a partner of UNEP really since they launched the District Energy in Cities initiative in New York in 2014, but prior to that. So I want to give props to Lily and Ben and the team, Jen, for all the great work they do. I think UNEP has put district energy on the map. And that's coming from an association that's been around since 1909. We're 114 years old today, and I'm feeling it. But I do want to close by offering to people that have curiosity about district cooling, please not to step in front, but please reach out to IDEA, districtenergy.org. We really do have a best practice guide that we wrote for this region 15 years ago. It's still quite reasonable. It's free, in fact, now. But I'd like to offer our services to help you navigate the opportunities of district cooling, because it's very important that that we all move forward and get here on time, unlike some of us. Congratulations to United Nations Environmental Program and to our gracious host Tabreed for your hospitality, and thank you. And again, enjoy your stay here in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi. Yes, good. Yep. Roll tape, as they say. Yes. Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege and my pleasure to be welcoming you all on behalf of the COP28 United Arab Emirates Presidency and the United Nations Environment Programme School Coalition and Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction to our side event over here, which focuses on passive cooling and nature-based solutions for building comfort. I'm Shikhab Haseen. I'm a senior advisor for the UN Environment Programme School Coalition, and I'll be moderating the session today. The way we're going to go through this is that we'll have a build-up presentation followed by a keynote speech, and then we'll have a very short panel discussion where I do want to open up the floor for questions. So please think of what you'd like to ask a fairly esteemed set of experts who are with us today. And without further ado, actually, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Omar Abdulaziz, who is Assistant Professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the American University in Cairo, to walk us in setting the stage of what passive cooling in buildings really is about today. Thanks, Omar.
Thanks, Shika. So today we would like to oh, Lily. All right, that's me. So hello. Today I'd like to talk about passive cooling for nature-based solutions in the building sector. And this is the agenda. I would like to first set the stage and say we had the release of the Spotlight report, which is keeping chill in a warming climate. And then talking about adaptation guidance, the sustainable cooling for all, and a case study in Cambodia. So our report that was just published at noon today, we reviewed relevant regulations from 192 countries. I wish I have something I can read from, but so excuse me if I look back and forth. So we reviewed regulations from 192 countries to look at three key policy solutions, or three key policy regulations: MAPs, building codes, building energy codes, and environmental regulations, and how they can work together in collaboration in order to push the cooling emissions forward, or reduce cooling emissions. We found out that at least in 80%, there is at least one cooling action is available in 80% of the countries worldwide. And this is a key finding of our report. We found out that 115 countries have MEPS, minimum energy performance standard, available right now. However, in Asia, Oceania, and Africa, the penetration of minimum energy performance standard is not as good as we see elsewhere. Then when we look at building energy performance standard, the story is not as good as minimum energy performance standard. We only have 83 countries have building energy codes. And even with those 83 countries, the implementation varies significantly, and that makes the picture more complicated. So as we talk today about passive cooling solutions or passive cooling strategies, we have to be very careful about that. When we talk about the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, more than 150 countries have ratified the amendment to the Montreal Protocol, which is very encouraging. More to come. But as I said earlier, we need all three key actions to work together in an integrative way in order to push the limit and reduce global cooling emissions. And as we see, oh, it doesn't look as good here, but as we see on the top right corner, we can reduce emissions by 60% by 2050. And if we decarbonize or fully decarbonize the grid, we can reduce emissions by up to 96% compared to business as usual. Now, how do we reach the near zero cooling emissions? I think first and foremost, the first thing is, how do you bend the curve? How do you reduce the demand for cooling? How do you reduce the demand for mechanical cooling? It's passive cooling strategies. Our report have found out that with passive cooling strategies, we can reduce 24% of the demand for cooling by 2050. So 24% of cooling, that is up to 1.3 gigatons of CO2 emissions equivalent. and it can save consumers up to $3 trillion of equipment. So you don't need to buy $3 trillion worth of cooling equipment by providing the right sized passive cooling equipment or making building look more efficient. Also, you want to have higher energy efficiency appliances. And what we want to do is we want to have an average energy efficiency globally 3 times what it is right now. Technologies exist, so we are not reinventing the wheel. There is nothing new. All we need to do is just push the limit and have the average energy efficiency 3 times what it is right now. Of course, to do that, we need regularly updated maps and we need financial instruments to enable those who cannot afford technologies to buy more efficient appliances. And finally, we need to integrate the minimum energy performance standard into the building energy codes in order to add the criteria for phasing down the refrigerants. And finally, the final step into this 60% reduction in building energy in cooling emissions is this faster phase down of high global warming potential refrigerants. Some of the key messages from the report, I'm not going to read them all. The key messages are out on the website, but a couple of things that I would like to highlight here. Maybe there is a huge potential, $22 trillion of savings in the power sector alone if we engage with energy efficiency in the cooling sector. This is enabled by efficient buildings using more efficient appliances. Also, there is governments should deepen the efforts in their regulatory development, and that basically starts from the NCAPs. And finally, finance is very important because we cannot unlock those savings without having the financial or the finance flow upstream. All right, so passive cooling strategies. Of course, you need passive cooling in order to reduce as much as possible of the mechanical cooling. And then what you do with passive cooling is that you bring thermal comfort to low-income population who cannot afford cooling. But here is the fun thing. I asked Bing or artificial intelligence to draw passive cooling strategies for me. Those are the 4 designs that Bing or the AI got for me. This is contemporary designs, blended designs where you see nature-based solution into mechanical into contemporary designs. You see large windows, you see green roofs, you see shaded shading, right? You see evaporative cooling. Exactly what we want in passive cooling strategies. So AI knows how to do it, right? Can we make this cost effective for the poor population, for the vulnerable population? That's a big question. I'm not sure AI can do it because these designs seem very expensive. However, there has been case studies where we were able to implement some of these strategies into low cost or low cost housing. Adaptation guidance, many documents exist that provide information for adaptation guidance for how to build buildings to be more efficient. I'm not going to again go into details here, but the foremost important thing is control heat gain, solar heat gain. How much solar energy comes into the building, how much solar heat flows out of your building. So when you have a lot of solar energy, make sure that as much as it goes in, as much as it goes out. And you want to make sure that you have good insulation and good ventilation. Of course, for different parts of the world, there are different strategies. If you are in a hot climate, it's different than if you are in a hot, humid climate, and if you are in a hot, dry climate. So again, this kind of climate-based solution. So there is a microclimate that you need to understand, and designers need to understand what are the required solution for their specific areas. Orientation, building orientation is very important. People in the old days, they would just plan their buildings without considering what is the north face or what is the south face or what is happening, where is the window glazing. So it's very important to consider things like that. I remember when I was living here, a few years ago, and those tall buildings were coming up Sheikh Zayed Road with all glass facade facing south. Crazy, right? So again, this is very important to understand what is the gravity of putting the building orientation up front. Also, making sure that we have this social element, because buildings are built for people. Buildings are built for people to live in and connect. So you don't want to have building that disconnect people from each other. It's part of the social development that you have. These are some precedents, and you can see here on the top, you can have mass clusters that provide both the shading that you need and also guide windows. And this is cheap, right? Um, I'm told to stop. So I just want to highlight here that in Cambodia, there has been case studies for buildings that were already providing passive cooling strategies. And for example, this institutional building, we have vertical shading, which are the vertical shades near the windows, wind catcher to provide air cooling, evaporative cooling near the ponds, um, large hotels, again, big opening, and even for the low-cost housing, we have louvers for air to come in. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Amar, and a huge congratulations on the launch of the report today. I know it's been a year of quite a lot of effort that's gone behind it, but I think the results speak for themselves. And with that, I'd actually like to invite Ms. Patricia, who's the head of Section Migration and Forced Displacement at the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, which many of you might know as SDC, to please deliver her keynote address.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting the Swiss Development Corporation to provide a few remarks at this event. And I'm not going over the problem statement, but just 2 points. Why is this an important topic for SDC? Of course, we're coming at this topic from the poverty reduction lens. For us, it's important that those who are most impacted by the heat waves, by heat in their homes, who have the least means to adapt are people who are vulnerable, people living in poverty. That's one angle to it. And the second angle is it's important for us that they are part of the solution. And I wonder whether the AI has already captured the voices of people in developing countries to come up with buildings which are actually also including their perspectives and their ways of contributing to this conversation. So that is it for why it is important for us. Now, what is the Swiss Development Corporation doing on this concretely on the ground? We have been working mostly with China, with India and Latin America to test models in terms of promoting passive cooling and nature-based solutions for buildings such as through the installation of thermal isolations on roofs and walls, reflective surfaces, shading of windows as part of the building programs in these countries. And with these building programs, SDC has been able to show that passive cooling measures and adapted building designs can reduce the indoor temperature in buildings by 3 to 6 degrees Celsius and save from 20 to 40% of energy, depending on the type of building and climatic conditions. The urban passive cooling solutions can also help countries to achieve their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. And I'm going to conclude with our latest program, which is a program that we are just starting up together with UNEP, supporting India's cooling program in collaboration with the Indian government in the area of sustainable cooling and in the implementation of the India Cooling Action Plan. So what is the goal of this program? First, to strengthen passive cooling policies, for example, through building codes at national and state level. Second, to accelerate investment and access to public and private finance at state level for mainstreaming passive cooling and heat resilience in buildings and public spaces, and to enhance knowledge and capacity of the building sector stakeholders to increase action towards adoption of passive cooling. And fourth, since our mandate is sustainable development and poverty reduction, to make solutions available to low-income households and to ensure that they are part of the discussion on how these buildings and how these houses should look like. And since those who live inside homes are mostly the women and the elderly, I want to conclude by also encouraging you all, because my perception of this business, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's still quite male dominated, the engineering domain. So there are a lot of women out there who can be involved in terms of finding solutions that work for them. And then hopefully we can see in a few years an AI building fully constructed by women. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much for that, Patricia. And I have to say that at UNEP, we take women in cooling very seriously. And in fact, if Lily would have made it, we would have had one woman more than the number of men who are speaking at this session today. But at least for now, still, we're equal. So I think everyone in the audience has now heard the kind of impact, right, that passive cooling really holds at a global level when we think about getting to near zero emissions from the cooling sector. Omar pointed that it's 24%. Patricia spoke about what the percentage point reductions and the Celsius reductions really look like when you're talking about localized solutions. So to really look at what the challenges are and what we need to do to get there, because clearly these solutions do exist. I'm going to turn to my panel to answer the hard question, to give the hard answers to this fairly easy question. And we're joined by Dr. Hak Mao, who is the Director of Department of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment at the Government of Cambodia. We have with us Mr. Hong Peng Lu, who is Director of the Energy Division at UNESCAP, which is the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. We have with us Dr. Sunita Purushottam, who's Head of Sustainability at Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited. And finally, there's Michelle Farrell, who is Senior Operations Officer at IFC, the International Finance Corporation. So I'll kick this off with you, Dr. Mao, if that's okay. Um, we know that the building sector is going to explode by almost 14 to 16 million square meters per year until 2040. And the highest growth is going to be seen in the residential sector. So we'd really like to hear from you on behalf of the Cambodian government about, what the potential really is for passive cooling when it comes to this built environment. What are some of the projects that are going on and how is the government trying to accelerate this move towards passive cooling?
Hello. Thank you very much. First, on behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Global Building, Alliance for Building and Construction and also UNEP Coal Coalition for inviting me to share the experience from Cambodia. When I heard the word passive cooling, I feel like we used to hear the word industrial revolution, but why don't we call building revolution? when we look at the history of the people, we're living in a very nature-based solution and moving to more compact and concrete building. And similarly, our country also, we used to live in very big space, but because urbanization and architecture design, we live more smaller space, and that's why we need to think about passive cooling design and so on and so forth. For Cambodia, it's similar to other countries around the world. We impact by climate change, of course. We are the most vulnerable. We experience flood, drought, and right now we experience another important impact we call heat stress. Impact all of different sectors. In 2019, it impact to school. Even the government start to change the study hours that the people, the student have to move time close to the evening times that the weather look better. And also in government sectors, a lot of government impact by heat stress. Our assessment show that by 2050, because heat stress, it will impact our work productivities around 2 billion US dollar. I think it is very big impact for the countries. And of course, when we look at our modernization, increasing urban development, the people move to live in the city, it's more compact. And of course, a lot of energy consumption, we see the increasing almost 3 or 4 times compared to our 1980 or 1990. So this is, we would say that the building sector is very important for the country that we need to consider. Beyond that, because of economic development and population growth, more development happen in the countries, more people come to live in the cities, and we need to, of course, every people at least they need to have a house, or we call the place to live. And our country, of course, when I come to this country, I see that their building look very broad and the design is very good. But in our country, it's more compact, that we need to consume a lot of electricity for refrigerator and even for a fan, And some season the fan not comfort for our people. You need to use refrigerators. So I think this thing we need to consider the concept of passive cooling design. And when we look at our government policy and strategy, I would say that the royal government of Cambodia really flexible country that we adapt to the upcoming situation development of the world. First, the country develop a nationally determined contribution where we commit to reduce emission by 41.7% by 2030. And building sector is one of the important sector contribute to our emission reduction. Besides that, we develop our long-term strategy for carbon neutrality. We expect to become a carbon neutral target by 2050. And of course, energy sector, including building, is very important for our country to achieve this target. Of course, in order to attract the investment, the royal government of Cambodia also adopt investment law where we provide incentive for green investment. So it means that for the investor who want to invest in a green investment in Cambodia, it's open for them. And in addition to that, recently the royal government of Cambodia just adopt we call pentagonal strategies, where climate change and sustainable development is very important. And also the government promote energy efficiency improvement and also promote the renewable source of energy in the country. With the support from UNEP's cooling coalition, we developed a national cooling action plan. Okay, where we expect that promote our country to be clean, green, and low carbon society. And when we implement our national cooling action plan, we expect to reduce emission by around 17% by 2040 compared to our baseline 2020. So I think it's very important for the country to introduce this concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm sorry, but I will have to keep my speakers to time because we have a segment. We have to clear this place up at 4:30. I've been told by the organizers. So please excuse me in being a little strict with the time today. I'd like to move on to Hong Peng now, because as we're hearing, there are government efforts, as in Cambodia, where there is leadership being shown. But what we want to also really understand from you is what is the level of awareness, because you'll start acting on it only when that awareness comes in. And so what is that general sensibility of awareness when it comes to the benefits of passive cooling strategies, in the larger Asia Pacific region? And how do you see the role of international partnerships, in supporting this movement?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I think it's very important, as we know, the launch of the global cooling pledge. So at this COP28, I think this kind of a discussion is awareness building. It's exactly you have more people to understand this. In particular for countries like in the tropical area or even in the like Southeast Asia, this kind of area. So you really need the cooling the whole year round. The cooling for residential areas, for offices, and also the cooling chain for agricultural side. Well, I remember there's a very famous kind of saying from the founding father of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew. He said that this is the greatest, the greatest invention of cooling, the aircon. It's improved their efficiency for the government officials. Before, like in 1950s, in 1960s, in those tropical countries, people only work probably for 3 or 4 hours each day. But when they have an aircon, and then they maintain the services to the public. I think that's one story actually you see with this cooling technology. You really improve the efficiency. You improve the efficiency. You improve the savings of those kind of agricultural product. So people, have all this kind of intention whenever there's possibilities they can have this system. And if you see along this increase of the income for even rural areas in Southeast Asia, and more families, they want to have a air conditioning system. But the issue is how we address this from the efficient part, from like use the passive cooling technology, and to reduce the energy consumption, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. From the residential sector, I think it takes already quite a large amount of energy consumptions. So there's a great potential. If you see along with this increase of energy consumption from the residential sector, but then how you just maintain this, how you improve the existing efficiency. So the passive cooling technology will be the most effective way to use the natural resources, natural conditions to meet the demand of the cooling. I think the good example Omar gave in this, even traditionally, if you see a lot of buildings in Southeast Asia, they already consider how to use natural resources, to reduce the consumption of this or reduce the temperature. But I think from the awareness building, there are a number of aspects we have to consider. One is how do you regulate this kind of buildings? The passive cooling, you really need, to improve or to revise even the current building code. So that's where, you need to think about, with the local conditions, what is the best options. And secondly, I think most of this passive cooling some places could be 100% of passive, but most of the cases probably will be a hybrid. You use the technologies. What part of the technology is passive, like you use natural kind of cooling ways to do it, but you still need electricity consumption, but to reduce the electricity consumption. But where the electricity come from is also very important. So if you use solar roof, you use the heat pump, that will reduce definitely, the electricity consumption from the power grid. You just use even your own roof to generate the electricity and also to reduce the consumption of from the grid and also reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, I see this is the new concept accepted by more and more countries and or more and more like groups to accept this. So that's really you need a cooperation. I think like the examples in Cambodia, within Cambodia, you already have a number of the pilot kind of buildings. That could be also a good demonstration. But even in regional level, there are different like buildings with the different technologies, with the passive technology, like in Thailand, in Singapore, in most of Southeast Asia countries, they have this kind of applications.
So I think a regional cooperation through good practices replication will be very effective way. And also, I think the platform we work together with the UNEP and with the country will provide opportunities for capacity building for share good practices. So we'll be happy to continue this way. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we look forward to the support and the good work that SCAP has been doing in this space for a while now. Turning to Sunita, if I may, you're with Mahindra Life Spaces and have been working on quite a few sustainable development endeavors, in the real estate space. What are the kind of challenges that you face, when it comes to being able to really implement in a commercial sensibility, these passive cooling measures? And also, as a company, how do you take those strategic decisions, excuse me, to be able to do that in a country like India?
So thank you so much. And thanks for UNEP for providing this opportunity. It is a very important topic. And I think for country like India, India knew how to live with heat and humidity, and the homes were designed to be climate responsive, and that's all indigenous knowledge. But with new materials and extensive use of concrete and glass, those sensitivities and sensibilities have also disappeared from, the commercial sensibilities prevail. So how do you work in this difficult uh, you know environment and change the mindset back to climate responsive design? So to what the professor from Cairo, he mentioned that how different climatic zones have to follow certain ways of doing design, and it's important to use those principles. So what we realized was the first challenge is to get the design team to understand it, from re-understand it, how to design buildings using orientation, shading, the wall to window ratio. So it's orient, reflect, shade, insulate, because insulation becomes important, and open and ventilate. So I just wanted to put this out, but this work did not come easily to us. So we had the support of the Swiss Development Corporation, and we did 9 projects together with the technical partners through the technical funding that SDC provided, and that supported us to go back to the business and say that what is the energy saving that the customers are going to get, what is the degree discomfort our reduction, that is the thermal comfort that the customers are going to get. And then we were able to make the business case and develop India's first net zero energy building in Bangalore. And this is I mean this is because we were able to overcome the challenge through reorienting the design team and the internal functions to see the benefit that the customer gets out of it. What was the other question?
It's actually, you've answered it in part, because what I was trying to understand from you is, how, as a company, like, why did you make that strategic decision to do this, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what you started with.
No, but there are other things to it. As Mahindra Group, we are committed to sustainability. That's the RISE philosophy. And we want to be planet positive, trust positive, and people positive. And how do we get there? And we have goals for reducing the energy consumption and water consumption, getting to net zero water, getting to zero waste to landfill. So it's important that we align. And Mahindra Life Spaces, since 2013-14, we have been 100% green. So that's the reason behind doing it the way we do it.
Right. Thank you. Turning to you, Michelle, not every country has a local leader like Mahindra necessarily, and IFC does a lot of work extensively in this space across the global south. And so, what are the challenges that you face when you're dealing with local private developers, and how are some of the ways in which you actually build that capacity to make it successful in developing countries?
Absolutely. And thank you so much for having us here on the panel today. I want to reiterate what our keynote speaker said. Vulnerable populations and women are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change, and people often have to choose between staying cool and other necessities. So passive solutions are exactly what is needed to address these challenges. Now, I want to talk about some of the solutions and ways that IFC has been working in this space. Due to things like lack of awareness, lack of technical capacity, perceived ineffectiveness, or even the inability to use advanced performance energy modeling tools, leave people in a space where they're not able to assess these passive solutions. One of the programs that we are working specifically with, thanks to the seed funding of the Swiss government and our UK government donors, is the Edge Green Building Certification System. This is an easy to use online tool that you're able to assess the performance of a building and apply green building solutions that really prioritize passive design and optimize it, keeping costs low. This is really what we need to do to drive it in the market, low cost passive solutions. We also need to understand what's happening in the area of finance. So we have a program called Tech Emerge. We've worked with over 30 tech innovators and matched them with over 40 adopting countries with over 60 pilots and field tests. Now, we had original funding of this program with only 8 million in finance and technical advisory, and this resulted in, which is IFC's mission, to crowd in 64 million in financing raised by these innovators. So we're now working to drive this even further, to get more funding for passive design solutions. We're currently working with the UK's Department of Energy Security and Net Zero to redesign and expand funding to support this exact sector. Now, our technical support to date has largely flowed through some of our successful programs such as EDGE or Tech Emerge, but now we're working to approach additional donors to establish some dedicated funds that will give us the ability to do broader and more upstream technical assistance to build capacity in this area. We're also working with UNEP and the Green Climate Fund to design a specific private sector focused grant and blended finance facility that will work on regulatory standards and creating an enabling environment. And we would use this grant funding to create a pipeline for development and blended finance for de-risking and increasing the affordability of these types of interventions. And to bring these two pieces together, if we talk about cooling, and though cooling was not separately tracked as part of our green buildings work, we do plan to deploy concessional finance in this area. But to take a look at IFC's Edge Green Building Program, we have had a very significant uptake, and we have enabled over 63 billion in green certified construction. And this is an area where efficiency improvements often materialize as more sustainable cooling through these passive strategies. So we're working across the sector. We're really driving to make this the solutions, and we do feel that this is really the next step that we need to do in keeping the costs low and keeping people cool in the future.
Great, thank you so much. Because we're very short of time, I actually want to open up to the audience if there are any questions. And if not, I've got some more for my panel. Okay, it doesn't seem like everyone, oh, you do?
The privilege to have our partners from India in terms of reaching the vulnerable population by providing this solution. What's your experience?
So we have actually developed India's first platinum certified affordable PMAY, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana's project in Avdi, and it was designed by Ashok Bilal, and it was designed to be passively cool, thermally comfortable, and it's in Chennai. And our it is a vibrant community. It has got a lot of nature integrated into the development, and I feel we need to see a lot more of these kind of developments. So where we use the community spaces to cool, provide great spaces which are ventilated, and it is now a very vibrant community in Chennai.
Are there any other questions?
Hello. I would like to know how do you plan in a large scale passive cooling strategies? How do you plan who is the first user to be yeah the, to have this passive cooling measure? Because like how do you choose who are the people that will be the first of having this passive cooling in a large scale program? Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm trying to understand. So if you're looking at a city scale and you want to identify who are the people, uh, and uh, I mean, there would in a city there would be different types of developments. Plus, there would be public infrastructure. So one of the things that we try, because we do cities as well, we try to do is integrate nature-based solution to prevent urban heat island effect, provide cooling and shading strategies like exactly it is done in Expo 2020. So these are some of the strategies which are done in the landscape and the public spaces. The other is that all the human habitable spaces architecturally would be designed to orient, shade, reflect, and therefore the orientation and the massing. So we look at it from the design and the massing perspective, and it is influenced by the entire architectural design of the different spaces. So it's keeping both the habitants plus the public spaces cool would be the objective. Yeah, I hope I have answered.
Yeah, I would also add to that it's kind of a widespread knowledge building and capacity building that we work to do. And often when you're using tools like Edge for green building certification, when you do the assessment and the knowledge and awareness is built, you'll find that the passive solutions are the most cost effective. So when that is found out and discovered by the market, it actually can be the preferred business case for green buildings. So we want to be able, by building that capacity, it makes sense to do passive solutions. And this is the business case for it.
Great. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm officially going to have to close the panel discussion. I would request you all to please give them a huge round of applause. And then invite Jonathan from Global ABC to offer some closing remarks and officially wrap this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Shika. Definitely first want to thank all the panel for your interventions. I think the key point here is passive first. I think the issue is like at some point before we were all building in our climates in which we were living, and we were actually building the buildings that were responding to the climate where we were. And then at some point we had concrete, steel, glass, which offered a quick solution to build nice big buildings for all of us. And then we had air conditioners that were there. And then we said we can have comfort everywhere. It's not a problem we can build. But now we realize the consequences of some of the nice technology that we develop as human beings. We have great ideas, but there's also a backlash. So I think it's really time to get back to putting these efforts on the passive cooling part. There's a lot of solutions that have been there for a long, long time that we've forgotten about, and I think that we can bring back into the way that we construct and also live in our buildings. Building codes. Currently, there are actually a very limited number that have what we call building codes that are aligned with net zero buildings. So currently, there are only 3 countries actually in the world that actually really have the building codes that fully align with net zero energy buildings. All the rest still needs to get a lot of work to get there. And when we talk about Africa, most of the countries don't have building codes yet. And then there are a number of countries in the world that have building codes, but enforcement is an issue, and they are still not really the building codes that we need to transform the sector. So definitely some work to do there also on the building codes. And we, as the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, we join forces with the Cool Coalition because we want to make sure that actually this point on passive cooling is something that we work together on, because we have the whole community working on buildings and construction. You have the community working on cooling. And I think the two communities need to work together to take this agenda forward. So that's my final message that I wanted to give here. And again, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you to all the participants.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, that was very loud. Wow. Good. Thank you very much for making it to what is probably one of the last sessions on your calendar today in the graveyard shift of today, Energy Day. We have decided to host this today thanks to the grace of the UNEP Pavilion team. So thank you very much to Misha, Helen, and the rest of the team for your coordination here. Today, we're going to be talking about sustainable finance, not just climate finance, but sustainable finance as a broad collective category, and try to understand why it's important, how you should think about it, as well as how we actually develop the skill sets required to bring sustainable finance into reality. This COP for me has been an eye opener because I work in finance and energy, and voila, two of my biggest interests are at the forefront of this COP. So very exciting, but part of what I've noticed here is that a lot of the discussions here seem to be centered around looking at the future as a source of wealth and not something to invest in right now. So again, I was at a panel discussion earlier and I spoke about the Stern versus Nordhaus conceptions of the discount rate and how that pertains to how we view investments right now. And the goal for today is to try and address some of these questions and understand what we can do and how we can collaborate to center youth in the discussions about sustainable finance going forward. So to start off, we're going to have a presentation by Mr. George Carey-Jones. He's currently at the Oxford Smith School and is a part of Climate Compatible Growth. George, please.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Cuban, for the introduction. As mentioned, my name is George Carey-Jones. I'm a research associate at the University of Oxford. I'm going to spend just 5 minutes talking about this research program that I'm running at the moment with some colleagues entitled Mobilizing Investment for Climate Compatible Growth in Zambia. And I think Cuban asked me to make this presentation to give you a bit of an overview of what a kind of young professional working in sustainable finance, like what are the opportunities out there? What are the examples of things that people are working on? So the clicker works, exciting. In terms of who we are, so the Climate Compatible Growth Program is a research program funded by the UK government. It's £40 million over 5 or 6 years. And it's run with multiple different universities, but as mentioned, I'm based at Oxford. And it's funded by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. It runs in 6 countries in Africa and Asia. In Africa, specifically Zambia, is where our work is based at the moment. And this project is really about exploring the idea of innovative financing, looking at different models for climate compatible growth. Lots of people here would have heard negotiators talking about the need to grow the investor base or try and find novel sources of financing. You know, public funds saying that public finance can never be enough. We need to access private finance, and then private finances saying we can't access these markets. There's too many barriers. So you're caught in that loop, and we're trying to look for innovative models to get beyond that, basically. So the project started looking specifically at this idea of blended finance, which is a kind of how can public and private finance come together to unlock additional investment, particularly using public finance to catalyze more private finance coming in. And we're looking here at specifically decentralized climate development projects in Zambia, and I'll come to talk about that in a second. It's not just a research project, it's also a policy information project. So we did the research, started in January of this year, kind of wrapped up the first phase over summer. And then we provided our results to the Zambian government for them to look at and update their, I guess, like how they talk about finance, how they consider finance. And then the other side of it is that we're now looking to work with impact investors specifically on that. And that's something I'll talk about at the end. But just to give you an idea of what the fund is, this is a map of Zambia. You'll notice that Zambia has a very interesting political dynamic, which is that these are the 2 presidential candidates from 2021, and it has an almost exact east-west divide in this kind of butterfly fashion. But the reason why I'm putting this map up is because there's 156 constituencies in Zambia. And the public fund that we were looking at was called the Constituency Development Fund. And the idea is that the government has 200 million US dollars that it gives equally to each one of these 156 constituencies. So they each get kind of 1.3, 1.4 million US dollars. And then they can spend that on community determined climate related projects or any kind of local development projects. So it's quite a good source of like micro kind of adaptation. These are the kind of things that people spend money on. We're looking at like kind of water retention, shelters to shelter from extreme heat. There's a disaster response component. There's also kind of female and youth empowerment grants within that, and also loans so that people can set up small businesses, things like agricultural switching to kind of climate resilient crops. These are basically, there's a lot of like kind of local small adaptation and some very small mitigation projects that are possible under this fund. This is all the kind of things that investors say we want to be able to invest in community determined needs, but we're unable to access small scale projects. So this is why we were interested in the fund, because it's an example of an aggregator. So lots aggregating together lots of small projects to come up with something that might be bankable at a large scale. And if you look at just the size of that fund, like most of it is put in towards capital intensive projects, things like building health clinics to respond to the health impacts of climate change, building transport infrastructure, building bridges that are resilient to climate impacts, this kind of stuff. So, unfortunately, this being on PowerPoint means I've got 3.1, but the first point one is basically, why is this interesting? Why do I think it's interesting for an audience like yourself? Is that as mentioned at these talks, people discuss a lot in the negotiating halls about diverse, like innovative funding models, and there's actually very limited work going on in sustainable finance research on what those models look like. Blended finance is something that people may have heard being talked about, but a little known fact is that the amount of climate related blended finance that was dispersed in 2019 was twice as much as the amount of climate related blended finance dispersed last year. So we're not seeing these innovative financing models being unlocked regularly in the real world. And so it kind of makes you realize that the rubber is not hitting the road when it comes to innovative financing or growing the investor base. Big investors, impact investors, are not investing in these kind of projects, and that's why you need to look at the role of big public funds as kind of unlocking mechanisms to access that private capital. The other point is that when we published this research, and obviously I haven't gone into the details of what it was, there is a link online if you want to read it. But when we published this research, we had quite a good buy-in from the Zambian government. They were very interested in it. They were interested in finding out, why are we looking at their constituency development fund? What routes to private capital do we think are there, and how can they access them more? So the president's office picked up this research, and that's something that every researcher wants, your research being read by the decision makers. And then the final point is that this is the first sustainable finance like research on the grounds that I've been involved in at the level of going into a country, doing detailed research on a policy, writing up a report, feeding that report back to governmental decision makers. And that's been a very interesting experience for me. I think lots of young professionals in the finance sector can get that opportunity through kind of early jobs that give them the opportunity to do field work and talk with people that are deploying climate related projects. So hopefully this coalition that's being launched today will give people more access to those kind of sustainable finance discussions. And if anyone's interested in learning more, we do have an event on this, a 90-minute event tomorrow morning in the Zambia Pavilion, where we'll go into that research in much more detail with some kind of world-leading academics, of which I am not one. Someone from Harvard, someone from Zambia Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, and a couple of impact investors. So do come along to that if you're interested. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, George. You are what I aspire to be. Cool. And for the second part of today's discussion, we'll have a panelist comprised of three women who are engaged in sustainable finance. So first we have Uzumaka Nomara, who is an advisor for climate change at the Commonwealth Secretariat. Second, we have Julie Segal from Environmental Defense. Sorry, it is late in the day. Third, we have Jodianne Wong from the Grantham Institute. Please give them a round of applause. So I'll stand here because there's only one mic to go around. I hope that's okay. So we have, broadly speaking, three themes to discuss today. First, why intergenerational equity is important in financial decision making. Second, how to actually include intergenerational equity perspectives. And third, what to do about it going forward. So could I just ask yourselves to give a quick 1 or 2 minute introduction about who you are, what you do, and how it's related to sustainable finance?
I can start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jodianne Wong. As introduced, I'm a policy analyst in sustainable finance and just transitions at the Grantham Research Institute on climate and environment at the London School of Economics. I am also the coordinator of the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network and a member of the Resource Management Young Members Group of the UN Expert Group on Resource Management.
Hi everyone, I'm Uzama Kawamara. I'm advisor climate change with the Commonwealth Secretariat, and I also oversee the strategic implementation of the Commonwealth Climate Program through our flagship initiative, the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. I'm also responsible for gender and youth integration into the Commonwealth Climate Program, and of course, working very closely with the youth section that leads on the Commonwealth Youth Climate Network and the several networks in the Commonwealth. So, and this is our Commonwealth Year of Youth, so I'm really pleased to be joining this panel discussion today. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. And thanks so much for inviting me to join this great panel. My name is Julie Siegel. I lead a climate finance policy program in Canada. Lead a program and a group of civil society to advance policy on sustainable finance. I used to work in sustainable investment and found, we can maybe get into this later, but found there was a real gap on the policy side. So moved into that about 2 years ago. I'm also a visiting fellow with the LSE Grantham Institute. And do a number of youth engagement on all types of climate issues, particularly when it comes to sustainable finance, on both advocacy, engagement, and education.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the introductions. So there was a Bloomberg article yesterday, I don't know if you've read it, that said the world's investors have decided upon Dubai to make money. Has anyone read the article? No? So we've got a bunch of investors here at COP for the very first time, well, for one of the first times. We've got BlackRock, Aviva, Prudential, AXA, and all sorts of weird and wonderful investors at COP this year. However, what seems fairly clear is that they're here to emphasize the fact that they're here to make money, not to finance the future. They don't. That's a secondary concern. They want to make money first and foremost. So there are questions here about what they're actually doing at COP and whether what they're here for is conducive to what we're trying to achieve in terms of decarbonization and the environmental agenda. So, on that note, just a general question. Anyone, please feel free to pick it up. How would you define intergenerational equity in the context of financial decision making?
I'm going to pass it to one of you to start.
Youth-led answering mechanisms. I see the connection between intergenerational equity and sustainable finance from a very structural perspective, in that young people and future generations are structurally vulnerable groups in society to any type of crises, including climate change. And the sustainable financial system is trying to achieve one thing, is to transform itself to align with a world that is climate resilient, that's low greenhouse gas emissions compatible. So connecting the two together then requires the financial system to have a structural rethink of what the financial institutions themselves exist to do, what their mandates are, what their duties are, how they think of risks, and how they think of value and value creation. And I think by convening the two groups together, we're trying to connect the dots and lengthen the time frame a bit more.
Thanks, Jody. So I want to remind us about the Brundtland definition of sustainability. You know, when our Carbon Future report was launched. And I think it's something that we should reflect on. We say it over time time and time again, but in the context of this question you've asked, it's important for us to remember that while we're here trying to meet the present needs of ourselves, our generation now, we need to do so without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And now this is critical when you look at sustainable finance, especially within the context of ESG, another terminology we also talk about. So especially from the side of environment, when it comes to climate change mitigation, adaptation, and a subset of sustainability finance is climate finance, looking at that. But now, when we start looking at the social side of things, the multicultural side of things, the governance side of things, you have touched on policy. This is when you bring the two together. We cannot afford to invest, be it in infrastructure, be it in the services we look at, without thinking about what would happen, to the future generations. So a context of fairness comes on board as well, and justice as well. So now I always like to speak with analogies and examples. We're looking at the Paris Agreement, we're looking at the Sustainable Development Agenda. You have the targets 2030. Most NDCs have targets of up to 2050. How many years from now, if you're going to be investing in a power plant or a road, it's going to last to the next 50 years? That's how you think about building these things. This is a child who is born today would now be how old in 2030, 2050. But the investments of today will determine how they live their experience. And it's not rocket science to say that the future generation is already now. They are here. So what are we doing? How are we investing to make sure that they're able to not just survive but thrive? I'll just end by saying none of us are resilient if all of us are not resilient. So, and one other aspect, we've been talking about intergenerational equity. There's also intragenerational equity. So even looking at the aspect of equity and inclusion, we need to make sure both the old and young are sitting at the table, taking those decisions that matter for all, both now and in the future.
I find whenever we talk about these questions, we really have to get to the rudiments of the financial system, of how economics works, right? Things are typically thought about on this quarterly cycle. You're looking at what's happening in the next 3 months. That's quite incongruent with an intergenerational perspective. Yet at the same time, many of the holders of wealth, asset owners or wealthier 1%, are thinking about intergenerational wealth. How do I maximize as much money as I can so that I can earn interest and make returns so that this is, my children have an easy go. So there's this thought of intergenerational wealth, and let's make sure that there's long-term sustainability of the financial system. But of course, there's no long-term sustainability of any type of economic system on a damaged, volatile planet. And of course, even economic long-term returns are not sufficient on a damaged and volatile planet. That's not really what young people care about in terms of maximizing these quarterly returns ad infinitum. So when we're talking about the intergenerational equity part of finance, there's the very obvious factor that we need to invest in a way that's sustainable for people currently to retire into, for next generations to be able to engage in the world in a full sense. And that's kind of the moral composition here. And as we know as young people in so many spaces, the way to achieve that is by including young people so those voices are centered and those perspectives are centered instead of simply business as usual.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think it's fairly clear that intergenerational equity is important, why it's important, and how it should influence our decisions. But I just want to press you a bit more on that, Julie, and ask, how do you think intergenerational equity affects the bankability of projects? So at this COP, I've heard many investors speak about different projects, and what they're saying is that the opportunity set for sustainable investments is not that great. And many investors have a lot of money allocated towards sustainable finance, but they don't have the opportunities or deals to invest in. And do you think intergenerational equity would affect that at all in a positive, negative manner? What do you think are the risk-adjusted returns on that sort of investment structure?
Thanks, Cuban. So sometimes I hesitate to answer this kind of question if we're needing to put a financial value on a moral thing, right? It's like financializing nature. Are we really going to do that, or is it simply devaluing the inherent value? So that's my big opinion. But I will recognize that ignoring intergenerational factors is dangerous from your basic risk and return principle. It's like how we know that a unionized workforce is more stable and, you know, kind of grows the pie for everyone, as well as simply being the appropriate structure for workers and communities. So at a time of growing climate volatility, not consulting young people, not investing in a way that makes sense for a sustainable planet could, for example, put your project at risk. If you're building, let's say, a new fossil fuel project, a new pipeline, that will make climate change worse for current generations and future, you're more likely to experience a protest. So that affects your value in the pure sense, even though I don't want to talk about that. But I don't think that's priced in at all. That's not considered. And I can even talk about from the perspective of, as I said, I used to work at an asset owner and manage a portfolio of impact investments where I was, you know, mandated to look at social and environmental outcomes. We were a very progressive asset owner, and youth was not framing that we looked at. So what needs to happen is for this to come into the, you know, investment policy statement. What are you supposed to consider in your investments? Into the due diligence that you're you know, that you're doing in your questionnaires. So for example, you know, I would ask about what does this mean for the local community? I would consider how the returns are divided between us as the investor and the community who the project is affecting. I would ask about things like workforce. I would ask about things like carbon sequestration versus carbon emissions, and I would have those all as check boxes that I would have to look at equal to financial return. I I can't think of many investors or investments where that is the case for young people. What is the effect on young workforce? What is the effect on future generations? And I think that the practical way to implement that, you know, whether we want to look at it from bankability or from virtue, that has to be integrated into the investment policy approach and into the due diligence that investors are doing.
Yeah, that's a perfect segue into the next question, which is going to be how should the financial institutions and like pick your class of institution, whether it's sovereign wealth funds, public funds, or investment banks, how should they integrate intergenerational equity concerns into the way they make their financial decisions?
So, and indeed, I agree, it's a good segue. And just when you were talking about your work doing due diligence, um, I remember, so I used to also I was in the African Development Bank and also working on environmental safeguards. Now, private sector and investment financial institutions do not sit in isolation. They're within sovereign countries, and therefore they need to integrate and interact with the policies on the ground. But I think there's always a first call or a first step. And with the ESGs, that's an important one, wherein you are able to, at least from the social side of things, look through the inclusivity lens, also looking at the context of women, young people, um, and to see how, you know, whatever investments we do are actually meeting the needs of the people. I think that's the first step. Now, we've heard about the TCFD. I think this year they have actually submitted their final report. It was set up in 2021, the Task Force on Climate Related and Financial Disclosures. This is one area, one tool that was actually quite informative in terms of businesses declaring their climate risks. So I think this is also part of the risk return profile that was just mentioned earlier. And when you talk about the larger context of risk returns, there's also perceived risk, inherent risk, but linking it to intergenerational equity and also looking at the fact that you do not want to be investing in infrastructure services, more so infrastructure that is going to be stranded in the future just because of the policies on ground that you need to adhere to. And I think over time, especially at the COPs, you have more private sector coming in on board, as you've said. But what is the regulatory framework for them to perform in? But in the long run, at the end of the day, whenever you invest, or if investors, you know, giving your resources to financial institutions to invest on your behalf, you know, we're able to ask questions as to are we meeting the intended objectives? Are we ensuring that the services that we want our infrastructure investments to meet are actually going to be able to meet them and not be eroded because of some extreme event, etc.? But on the other hand, even when you look at consumers requesting for green services themselves, that's also another kind of risk investors should be looking at, more so their reputation, but also being able to meet their needs. I think the last point to raise here is something around the ETF, which is being discussed now, the Enhanced Transparency Framework. Again, this is going to cascade down, not only in terms of the public sector, government, but also private sector as well. So again, I would just call on all those working with financial institutions themselves to know they are not operating in isolation of the realities. We did work with Yongo and our wider networks on the availability of climate finance for young people. We looked at investing climate finance, really predominantly climate finance, um, institutions providing climate finance, but also MDBs and just general projects, over 100 of them, to see what they are doing in terms of really proactively engaging young people. And something that is clear is the metrics, the eligibility criteria, targeted information for young people. It's there, but we need to scale this up. And we need to ensure that we are not just ticking a box, but actually getting young people to be part of the decision making, informed decision making, be it at the policy level, negotiation, but even when projects are being developed. And maybe I can touch a bit more on practical examples on the later questions through the work we're doing with the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. Yeah.
I think if one thing I forgot to say is on this concept of intergenerational equity, there's many ways you can slice this cake, right? You can talk about wealth and distribution. You can talk about rights of people, rights of the child, rights of future generations and their functionings. And you could talk about how we allocate things, how we allocate opportunities, resources, and how we allocate vulnerabilities. So there are many. So if we take these three slices, I think financial institutions can actually embed intergenerational equity via three different avenues. On the rights part, I think last year at UNGA, the discussions around the right to a clean and healthy environment and the ongoing advisory opinion proceedings at the International Court of Justice on states' responsibilities to deliver on climate action, especially the impact that it has on young people and on small island states. These are legal frameworks and precedents that we can lean on for all actors, not just financial institutions, not just private finance or public finance, all actors to deliver and put their money aligned in a future that's aligned with the rights to a clean and healthy environment. That's the first thing. And I think in regards to allocation of vulnerabilities and talking about specifically how investors are engaging with corporates on this issue, last year with the high-level expert group on non-state actors accountability and transparency, Integrity Matters, that report, that was one of the first instances where in the recommendations for transition plans, the word intergenerational equity was mentioned. And what that means is for any company, from your target setting to thinking about your business operations, to thinking about how you engage with communities and workers and policymakers, to the metrics that you disclose and measure, and to your institutional governance structures, all of that should embed intergenerational equity into account. It means you set your targets with a long-term thinking. You think about the impact of your business operations not only within the time frame of the next 10 or 20 years, but much longer. You engage on your engagement pillar. You actually engage with younger generations. And in terms of metrics, you measure maybe workforce capital and job creations and innovation and green skills for young people. And someone within your organization is held accountable on the delivery of these targets. So I think in the very kind of basic transition planning, which is what a lot of companies are doing, there's a proliferation of standards out there. That's also a quite tangible aspect for embedding it.
Thanks. And you just sort of skirted around the edge of my next question, which is about the potential risks involved in incorporating intergenerational equity into financial decision making. So, what are some of the challenges that you might foresee in this sort of incorporation and using accountability as a metric for these companies and their transition plans?
One thing is to make sure that the incorporation is meaningful and have teeth. and that the metrics move from we have to rethink about how we measure things. What are the questions that we ask? Is it simply a yes no question? Have you engaged with young people? Yes no. Or are we thinking about something that's more meaningful, like what are the outcomes of those engagement with the both processes and outcome metrics? But I think moving away from transition plans, there's another risk in currently in how we are using the word intergenerational equity in financial decision making, that it almost misappropriates what it means. And this was from the 2022 budget from the UK government, where Jeremy Hunt said, we don't want to leave our debts to the next generation, so we don't want to spend this money. And that is a very skewed view on what intergenerational equity means, and it dispenses the benefits of productive spending. It disregards certain scientific evidence of putting money in climate adaptation and mitigation now, and it masks a reality that there will be unquantifiable ecological debt that we will bequeath to the next descendants if our current fiscal commitments are not aligned with that future. So I think there's also a risk that if we don't interpret this concept properly, it will actually delay or be misused as an excuse to not to spend more or invest for young people.
Thanks. Julie or Uzo, do you want to take the question as well? The potential risks? Oh, sorry, did either one of you want to take that question as well? On potential risks or challenges of incorporating intergenerational equity into decision making.
I think the one point I want to stress is how we do not want this to be a tick box exercise. And what we found out from the report that I mentioned that we're going to launch is around, like I mentioned, you know, the eligibility criteria, yes, but how do you engage youth meaningfully? You know, we talk about everybody sitting around the table, all the stakeholders, but you find out that if you do not have the right skills and you're sat at the table, your contribution may not necessarily be the best it could have been. And so when we say engaging young people, how do we engage them is even so much more or equally important in terms of getting them engaged and bringing them to the table. Now, the way the decisions are taken within financing institutions, do we have young people with the right skill sets being able to sit at that table and then provide the information in the best possible manner that it could be taken on board? I remember somebody approached me and said, fair enough, we're here at COP, but we really don't know what to do. You know, we've been given the resources to come to COP, and it's the same thing. So there is a whole stream of negotiation and a whole method or even language, you know, in terms of the negotiations. But if you've not equipped the young people, they will be here, and then you could tick the box and say, yes, they are the COP, they are part of the decision making, but are they really part of decision making? And then this comes down to um, climate finance literacy. So this is something when we talk about capacity building in itself, it's more around the climate finance literacy as well, or even sustainable finance literacy. What are we doing with our universities now, such that we have people engaged properly? I think the presenter mentioned how, you know, he had been part of a project from the beginning. And that's part of what we do as well, wherein we deploy our advisors in country or within institutions, but we request for um, government officials to shadow, but we also have a mentoring program to work with the Association of Commonwealth Universities, but also within the organizations, the countries themselves, as well as the organizations, to have young people in a structured program, you know, to take the young people we're working with along with us and make sure they're able to contribute and also challenge, you know, what it is that we're able to provide. But for core decision making in the financial sector, I would say part of the social side of it, the ESG, the inclusivity aspects need to be brought in on board, and there are methodologies for that, which you know we can build on, not necessarily replicate the will. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Julie, do you want to take that as well? Or
Sure, and I'll come in here a bit about policy. And to be honest, I'm always talking about policy these days. But I think we can't just have this as young people shifting, young people engaging in finance and having decisions and being at the table. This is a bit what you were saying, right? This isn't just a presence or a box ticking situation. It's not just about young people making financial decisions and investment decisions. And I mean, I've been in that position, and it can lead to better investment outcomes, but that's not really what it is. We need to shift the way that the financial system is working to make it work for long-term interests. We need to change the regulations and the fiduciary duty and the way that the purpose of financial institutions, and not just have youth engaging in finance and finance, thinking maybe, okay, here's the risk or here's the opportunity of thinking about young people, but we need, a real youth change finance approach.
Yeah, so thanks very much for that. Uzo, once again, you've just like teetered over the edge of the next section, which is the skills we need and how to get that done. It's almost like you have a list of questions. So first of all, I just want to ask Jodie Ann and Julie, what are some of the key skills that we need in young people to engage better, more effectively, more meaningfully in sustainable finance, and how do we get there?
It's a really good question, and I think one that we've talked about a lot during this COP as well. One thing one thing I do realize when having this conversation is there's often the word sustainable finance and the word climate finance can be used. We tend to sometimes accidentally, I think, use them interchangeably when I think there's marked difference between the two concepts. My personal opinion, and happy to debate on this, is that sustainable finance more relates to the system that's at play, the financial systems with the various actors who all are shifting towards a direction that's more sustainable. And only by having a sustainable financial system can we achieve climate finance goals. So all that is to say, I think we need to demystify what sustainable finance means. I love the word demystify. We talked about it last year at COP27 as well, and we're still here demystifying. So I think there's a lot of demystifying to do, and I think we need to make finance and financial concepts more applicable, more accessible for young people. I think here at COP, Finance Day convenes a lot of stakeholders in one of the highly anticipated events, and it brings diverse stakeholders and people who are often from seemingly dialectical places like youth and financiers and financial institutions, like the list of investors that you listed off from the beginning. We need them to talk to each other, but we also need to make the fundamental information about how the financial system works, what are its flaws, what are its opportunities, why is it necessary for a lot of the discussions on the climate agenda that we talk about. We need to make that information more accessible, and I think that's kind of on a responsibility for all of us who know a little bit about finance or dabble kind of around the field of finance to do for our youth communities.
Yeah, and I think what you said about definition is really key, and trying to I think I alluded to that, and I would agree, because when you look at sustainable finance, and you had mentioned it as the purpose, what is the purpose of this financing? What is the purpose of the investment? What is the purpose for which we are actually taking forward whatever project, infrastructure, services? We're looking at ESG. I'll come back to that again. And within the E side of it, the environmental side of it, therein sits the climate finance, be it for mitigation, adaptation, or cross benefits between the two. And then the social side of it, this is where the inclusivity comes in, the fairness comes in. How are we ensuring that both for now and for the future, both for the rich or the poor, the finance is actually meeting our needs? And then the governance, which is then the policy side of it, touches on all what we've said. It brings both the environment and social together. And so that's where I keep saying private sector, public sector needs to come together. Now, we're talking about the skill sets, the skills for the future. Intergenerational equity, again, is not only about the young people, but even the older generation being able to care for the younger generation, and then the younger generation being able to learn from the older generation. And we are all in it together. So I would also really touch on intra-generational equity, making sure we benefit from both generations. And then skills, but also the capacity building, human and institutional, because those frameworks, those systems, those methodologies, the tools, the regulatory frameworks brings it all together. And in that way, because the young generation would one day be the older generation, and we need to have that continuity in the systems and the methodology, the way we deliver finance, the way we access the finance, and deploy the finance, make sure we're monitoring, and then making sure that those targeted matrices for for the youth themselves, but also everyone, were able to meet our needs all together. Yeah.
We certainly need more education, capacity building, and most importantly, advocacy from youth on finance. Like I said, I'm going to talk about policy, and that's what I do. The financial system is deliberately opaque. Investments are not necessarily as complicated as they are presented to be. Most people are intimidated by finances. They're intimidated by banks. They don't understand their relationship to the pension fund, that these institutions are in fact managing their money. So that's one big point. Finance is deliberately opaque and it does not need to be. Youth need to understand and need to feel empowered and welcome to understand the way that investments work, what's wrong with the current system. And I think understanding the way it works enables youth to speak up about what's wrong with the current system and not just saying, well, I don't understand it and I'll trust those big wigs, but recognizing that they have a stake in that system and can affect it. So all of that leads to me that the financial system is a service industry. It hasn't been acting like that in recent decades, but it should return to being a service industry. And as you were saying, Uzo, pardon me, finance shouldn't just be working. Financial system shouldn't only be suiting global north baby boomer business owners, right? The financial system should be working for everyone, whether young or old, rich or poor. It should be producing productive investments for people around the world, and for future generations, and acting as the service industry that at its core it's supposed to be.
Cecily?
I'm really glad you touched on the role that the financial industry needs to do to re-evolve itself. It makes me also think of the role of industry groups. I'm not going to name names, but groups that convene financial actors in the sustainable finance or ESG space that are trying to bring investors along and move them forward. I think they also have a duty to bring young people along. Maybe something like ensuring that these industry groups are engaging with stakeholders to the transition and stakeholders to financial decision making. Maybe something like a youth advisory group to different financial industry groups. So decision making are made, the governance of decision making and knowledge creation is made more fair.
I might add on to that as well, that I totally agree. There is the high level champions, finance appointee, but I think all of these, net zero advisory groups, these net zero advisory standards, regulators who are working on making finance suitable for climate action and climate resilience need formal youth engagement at the highest levels. Of course, not just as this nice web page image, but at the highest levels.
Well, thank you very much. That felt like a surprisingly optimistic and a bit of a cliffhanger to end. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause to our speakers, please. Now, don't go yet. We're going to open the floor for 2 questions from the audience. Are there any questions at the moment? Yes, the 2 ladies there, please. She's got a mic. Oh, she doesn't.
Hi. Oh, that's loud. Thank you very much for your insights. I just wanted to ask about, we often hear about how financial risk may be felt by private investors that are going into invest in projects on the ground, particularly in like developing economies or global south nations. But it's not often touched on how that might affect the country that may be supporting them or trying to take on some of the risk of that project. So, for example, like PPAs, things like this, where the government may invest in the project as well, which then impacts future generations by adding risk to the maybe climate impacts that they're already facing. So how do you make sure that sustainable finance isn't compounding the risk that some nations are already facing in the climate crisis, and that it's further burden isn't being placed onto them?
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. Kudos to the Sustainable Finance Youth Coalition. It is much needed. It's urgent. We need it now. I'm a part of one of the networks of the Commonwealth Youth networks, and I have been a member for like 5 years. And one time I remember I approached the Commonwealth Finance Hub about how could youth be engaged with the trainings. But then I understood that it's more of a service industry that governments should be requesting, and rather than including youths. I mean, the Commonwealth has its youth networks, and those trainings should be readily accessible. And it's not that youths of the Commonwealth don't have it needs the upskilling, and the only way to do that is through having those opportunities readily accessible. And a next thing is also is to understand how could youths now through the coalition provide those opportunities and in this partnership, so that more persons could become more upskilled within the literacy regime. So just to give best practices, if possible, that have been done so far with young people. Thank you.
I'll list two very big questions. I would ask you to kindly keep your responses to less than a minute, if at all possible.
I think I'll touch on what a youth coalition around the topic of sustainable finance could do. And I think a lot of it focuses on what we discussed just now. It's one side of it is bringing young people from all different disciplines along with us, upskilling in terms of financial knowledge, financial literacy, and also on the other side, doing kind of advocacy engagements with the people who set the standards, who regulate the financial industry, and say, hey, the standards that you set, it takes a long time to get those standards, like, 2 rounds of consultations, a lot of feedbacks and industry lobbying that you also see. So the standards that you set now will be in place for decades, and we need to make sure that the voices of diverse stakeholders, especially young people, are included. So there's a capacity building component, and I think there's a really heavy advocacy component that needs to be taken into account as well.
So the second question definitely has my name on it. From the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. I agree with you, and I'm pleased. I would want to know when you reached out, but just to let you know that that's definitely something that we have been working on, and I'm proud to say that come the 11th, a few days time from now, you're going to have a Commonwealth Climate Finance Essentials e-learning toolkit available to all. So we've built on the experience from the establishment of the hub in 2015 till now, working across the Commonwealth and all areas of the climate financing landscape. So we put all of that in a toolkit, which is actually available on the UNEP website, ours and others. But translating that from a document into a self-paced e-learning course. I'm happy to let you know it's there. But also working with partners this year, I led on the building blocks of climate finance with the NDC partnership under the Youth Engagement Forum, and we're rolling that out, even down to policy decision making, climate negotiations. We have a customized training module, and we include our youth. We have several youth networks, but please continue to reach out. We also have a bespoke climate finance right shop where we take this across the countries that we work in, hand holding from the beginning, till the end, wherein we're not just saying, take this toolkit, write the proposal ahead of. No, we work with you. from the idea stage, writing the proposals, the feasibility, everything down to accessing the funds. Again, we have targeted youth training for that, and also looking broadly, with the gender aspects as well. So hopefully, things have definitely changed since the last time you reached out, and we are actually responding to the needs, not just of the member countries themselves, but the wider youth. I think you said something was wishful thinking to what you said. As one of the panel members mentioned, advocating and putting young people on advisory groups. I think it's possible. Just to let you know, here at the COP, something that we've worked on intentionally is to ensure that we have young people on all our all the panel events in the Commonwealth Pavilion, working across the networks. I'm like, look, we have the youth network. Reach out to me. I will pinpoint who can be there. And we had our 10th Commonwealth Youth Ministerial meeting. One of the calls in there was all delegations should have youth representatives, young people themselves, but also people responsible for the young people in the delegation. So it is possible. We need to keep advocating, we need to keep insisting, and there are practical ways. We have really, really agile young people. You are here. We are here for you as well. It is possible. We need to keep pushing, and we need to make sure that our youth are well represented. Thank you.
Thank you. I must have missed the part where someone said what I said was wishful thinking, but I would say if they did, I would take that as a compliment, because I think that's how we've gotten all of the progress that we've gotten. Before the Paris Agreement, a global agreement on climate change to limit global warming to 1.5 was wishful thinking. But a number of leaders made sure that was true. So I think similarly, having a young person on almost every panel was at one point considered wishful or frankly even silly thinking, because of course people didn't see what value they could add. This is the same point where perhaps advisory positions are starting to become normal, but more and more. I know we're short on time, so I'll answer the first question, which I understood was kind of what's the risk of putting money in, from public or private side into projects that are kind of pushing the boundaries a bit. We often talk about the cost of action. We need to focus on the cost of inaction. It's dwarfing the risks from investing in, bold, innovative projects. The best way to reduce financial risk is to mitigate climate change. Climate-related financial risk is significant. All of the pieces around other environmental and social issues bring financial risk and volatility. Stranded assets are between $4 to $11 trillion globally, as estimated by the IPCC. So we need to move quickly on climate action to reduce climate-related financial risk from both the public and private side. That's the only way we can maintain even some semblance of an organized economy. So I'd really encourage everyone to leave focusing on wishful thinking, if you'd like, and the cost of inaction to inspire us that we need to do the work now.
Thank you very much to our panelists. A round of applause once again for them, please. Yeah. Thank you. And it is 1826, but to close the session off, I would like to invite Hemavati, who is the founder of Enact Earth Foundation and also the global focal point for Younger, to give the closing remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for staying back for after a long day. But that was an amazing panel, and I also wanted to take time to introduce the Sustainable Finance Youth Coalition, because we're just starting off, but these amazing ladies just spoke everything about our vision, mission, and everything that we want to do. Because I think we started last year, and there was a similar panel in COP27 for this very reason, getting young people to start thinking about sustainable finance. It's very simple. At a place here like COP, we are speaking about fossil fuel industries, but we're not speaking about who's financing them and how are we as youth engaging in these spaces as advocates for climate justice or intergenerational justice. And that's why we are bringing together a group of people and trying to engage with young people for capacity building, advocacy, and fighting for what we think is absolutely right. And it's not just a capacity building for young people, but also the adults who need to learn how to meaningfully engage with youth, which Udo mentioned very, finely, because they need to understand why they need to engage with young people for their financial decision making and otherwise, and also how to meaningfully engage. So yeah, I think this is just for you all to know that we are launching this coalition. And if you are interested, please feel free to write to me or Cuban or Jody. We are happy to bring you on board, and we have some plans that we hopefully will bring into fruition next year, and get more young people engaged in this process, and just push forward the movement of young people, not just from being in this policy process, but engaging with the private sector more meaningfully itself. But thank you all for joining us, and hopefully you'll have a good evening and great night. Thank you. Bye bye.